Hello, chat. Hey, 10-letter name. Hey, GamerG. GamerG, what base building game you playing? Entroma, hello. Hitting you with the secretary vibes? Pshaw. I was able to sleep. Yes. No worries about my ability to sleep. Be right back.
So chat, what's up?
Hey, Metal Kitty Mom. Hey, Antrama. Yeah, he called me with an update on how my mom's doing, and the good news is she's doing okay. Um, but he felt the need to misgender me right off the bat, and uh, blame me, blame being trans on me missing out on my nephew's birthdays and life events. Um, and yeah, I told him, well, that's a I my brother knows and my dad knows that I'm willing to meet them halfway, and you know, he told me that his entire side of the family knows that I'm trans, and that they're all praying for me, and they're all really worried about me. Yeah, one of my aunts or uncles apparently watched this program. So on the off chance that one of you guys is watching right now, yeah, good job, guys. Yeah, you're all really worried about me. Yeah, that's why I haven't heard from any of you in like 20 years. Yeah, so worried about me. Um, yeah, they're praying for me because I'm, me being trans, uh, the whole abomination in the eyes of God kind of thing. Yeah, you know, so nice to be reminded of that after spending all day being worried about my mom and how she's doing. So nice being blamed. Like I'm the reason. I'm the reason that my dad doesn't look at me. I'm the reason that my dad can hardly spend a second alone in a room with me. Yeah, that's my fault. I'm willing to go into that room with him. He's not willing to stay there with me. Um, and Dad, if you do wind up watching this, you're a coward. You are a coward. You would never say any of the things that you say to me in private in front of Mom. You would never say those things. And you know it. So you wait until she is conked out in a hospital bed to call me and tell them to me in private. At least own the consequences of your bigotry. And I'm always willing to meet you halfway, but you have never for a second been willing to meet me halfway on that bridge, and you have told me so explicitly over and over again, both directly, using that same metaphor, and also indirectly with the way that you continue to treat me. If I had my choice, I would not interact with you ever again until you can treat me with the respect that I deserve. And I'm not going to hold my breath for that day because I don't think you ever will. And you are going to be the one who is choosing to miss out on all of my life events. That's your choice. I'm so fucking mad. I'm mad and I'm hurt. And I think that's all there is to say. I don't think there's like a bigger lesson to get out of this. Yeah, it's one of my nephew's birthdays today. He blamed me for being trans, and that's why I can't be there on my nephew's birthday. Yeah, that's my fault. I'm just so busy being trans. Pussy Baker, I think Trump was a great president. I mean, it's okay to be wrong. Catalina Gearbox, I, I appreciate you, and I hope other people appreciate that cornbread. I know all these feels. I really wish you didn't. You know, I really wish it wasn't as common for people to understand those feels, you know? Because they're pretty horrible, you know?
All that's important is that you're there for your mom and knowing you tried. If others don't accept you, don't accept them. Much love from chat to you.
Thanks, GamerG. Thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. Also, Nindreen, I see you gifted 20 tier 1 subs while I was away. Is that correct? It's not like a typo? Yes? Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you, Nindreen. I really, really appreciate that. Hey, King Willow, how you doing? No, please leave my dad alone. You know, that's what he wants, and that's exactly what he'll get. You know? Sorry, I'm sorry that we've been live now for 50 minutes, and I haven't gotten to any content.
Asterisk Thoisome asterisk gifted asterisk 5 tier 2 asterisk
Thoisome.
subscriptions.
Thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs. That is, like, just absolutely generous. Thank you so much. Are you going to go no contact? Well, unfortunately, since my mom is in the hospital, I can't go no contact because my dad is the only person who can update any of us about how she's doing when she is unconscious. So, I should remove the Riverboat Dad lines from this dono. I mean, you can have Riverboat Dad lines. It doesn't bother me. Like that's kind of the thing, right? Being trans in a lot of ways is like having superpowers because like whenever anyone insults you, you've already like been insulted in that same way like 100,000 times on the internet, or like you've already been hurt far deeper than like other people can actually get their knives. So like it's almost like being invulnerable in a way, you know? Um, Ashley, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Asterisk Ashley J. Curtis asterisk gifted
Shit.
asterisk 5 tier
Y'all
1
get
asterisk
superpowers.
subscriptions.
Oh, God. Thank you, Ashley.
You have and always shall be my friend. Less than 3 you hun.
Thanks, Nindreen. Sorry, I thought I was done crying. Also, I really liked the Spock reference. I've been really vibing on Star Trek, so that was really nice. I think so, Thaisum. I part of why I'm so upset is on me. My mom, whenever we talk about my dad, tells me that, he loves me and he's gonna try to, or he is trying to do better, is slowly improving in that respect.
Riverboat dad is riverboat mad that his riverboat daughter is so riverboat rad. You're an inspiration to me, for being so strong. You fill my heart with glee when the world feels so wrong.
Thanks, 10-letter name. Thank you for the $20 dono and the lyrics along with it. Um, and I like my mom tells me, oh, it might take him 10 years to accept you, honey, and like, you know, I I think part of it is on me for believing that, you know. I think I need to stop believing that. Because it just makes me disappointed when it's not true, you know? It's not your fault for hoping he will come around. I mean, it kind of is, you know? And yeah, I don't think she's doing anything wrong. It's just she's in an untenable position where she's trying to keep the peace with, the man she married and has spent like 40 years with. And while also being supportive of me. And that's. I know that that's a really difficult position for her to be in, you know? What does that mean though? Trying to do better, it means nothing if this is how he treats you. Well, that's the thing, right? Like that's what I usually ask, and it's like, well, and basically Vox and Sox, what it winds up meaning is that whenever I have an interaction with my dad, I'm like hyper analyzing anything that might even be remotely like positive that he does or says, you know, and reading more import into it. But he's more careful with his gendered language when my partner is around, when my mom is around, when they're both around, definitely. Um, Jack, I feel like you just want a relationship with your dad, but he isn't good for you, and that isn't your fault. Yeah, and that's the thing, Metal Kitty Mom. That's the thing, right? Like I don't need my dad to like buy me like dresses or whatever, or like tell me like I'm the daughter he always wished he had, or like even gender me correctly. Like if he just wanted to avoid gendering me altogether and just say Jack, that'd be fine too, you know? Like I'm willing to meet somebody. I'm willing to meet my dad. Not everybody, but at the very least my dad, my blood relation. I'm willing to meet him in the middle. And he can't do that without telling me like and reiterating that he believes that I am spitting in the face
I'm
of
such a
God.
fucking boomer LMAO. It took me like 5 minutes to figure out how to gift subs on the GG site. Hoping the best for you and your dad. We love you though.
And it's weird. It's a bit, it's nice. My partner's dad treats me with love and respect. I don't have to meet him halfway on the bridge, you know? And that's really really nice and it means a lot to me. But I can't meet somebody in the middle of a bridge when they're telling me, well, everyone on my side of the family thinks that you are a disgusting abomination in the eyes of the Lord, and we're all praying for you. But, we're really worried about you, even though none of us have talked to you for decades. And, we all really care about you, even though we just secretly watched your show and decided it was disgusting because I said some swears. And you know what? My show is generally not targeted towards a 60 to 70-year-old demographic. Okay, just generally speaking, not aimed towards that demographic. Not surprised if somebody who's in that age range watches my show and doesn't like it. Though I know we have a bunch of you out there. I know we have some people in that age range who watch this show. And you know what? I love you guys. I love that you are able to continue to be open-minded and to continue to be lovers of learning and to be here and supportive. You know, like that. You guys are wonderful. I have a rough relationship with my dad too. I think it's just so hard for our parents to accept us for who we want to be. But that's what unconditional love is. I finally started talking to my dad again for the first time in 7 years. It's not perfect, but we're trying to work towards something. And that's the thing, King Willow. Right? Like, you're both trying to work towards a better relationship. And, like, it takes both people to work towards that. And I can't work with somebody who is not willing to treat me like a human being, who blames the way in which I exist for why I'm not able to be around him or my brother's family. Like, I'm sorry, that's not my fault. It's not my fault I exist this way. Is my mom in this chat too? She watches Vosh and Zan. It wouldn't be too surprising. I mean, that'd be cool. As far as I know, we don't have any we've never had any like family viewership. We've had partners and spouses tune in, but never family picture. Yeah. So that was hard. And I'm sorry I'm really sorry it happened like literally like 3 minutes after I popped up on screen. My parents do not really know or care what my work schedule is. They'll just call me or try to contact me anytime. No need to be sorry. I mean, I am a little sorry because I'm like, oh, yay! I'll take this call real quick, and then like come back just absolutely fucked up. But yeah, the reason by the way, the reason I didn't swear until I was like, I don't know, like 27, was because my dad would reiterate throughout all of my childhood that people who swear are more sinful than people who don't. So, you know, like that there was a lot of things in my head that were wild. So not until sometime next year. I'm 31, you know? But I mean, like, all of this ties in, weirdly enough, very well to yesterday's show, where we talked about, like, you know, this difference of, like, this axiomatic difference, where, like, their axiom is that the immortal soul is more important than the flesh, right? And so they believe, A, that there's an immortal soul that's non-negotiable, and that they are then willing to do any and everything in order to try and move that soul closer to salvation, which includes torturing the flesh, you know, torturing the headspace, you know, mental, physical abuse. And yeah, I mean, I'm lucky in that my dad never physically abused me, but like, you know, this is the same logic that undergirds how he treats me right now. You know, he's willing to tell me that the entire family views me as an abomination because he thinks that that's loving. You know, He thinks the most loving way to treat me is to invalidate my gender, to invalidate my existence, to invalidate the relationship I have with my partner. You know? I mean, Vox and Socks, he's never said that to me, just as an FYI. Um, but it's the same logic, right? Why do they think their god wouldn't make a trans person though? They just love to use it as an example to be, use it as an excuse to be bigots. I mean, they also don't think that God would create gay people, so you know, is what it is. Thank you for all of the support, chat. I really appreciate it. That was so incredibly kind of you guys. Um, and I was not expecting it. Thank you so much. Hell yeah, dude, I'm gay. Hell yeah. My father abused me physically and emotionally. 40 years later, I'm still dealing with recovering from the emotional abuse damage. I think emotional abuse may not be something that can be recovered from. I mean, I think emotional abuse I think is a lot like scarring, you know? I think it can be recovered from, but like it leaves a mark. And that mark might dim over time, but it's always going to be there. Ten-letter name, you didn't say anything wrong. Don't worry about it.
Group hugs.
Thanks for the $10 dono, Catalina Gearbox. I really appreciate that. I probably gotta wait. Did I tell you I'm gonna do a public coming out post this month? You did not, Entrama. Good luck. That's big. Probably gotta come out to my parents first though. Nah, you come out how you want to come out, Entrama. If that means coming out to your parents first, more power to you. If it means coming out in a public post first, more power to you to do that. You know, whatever you feel comfortable and safe with. Something wild about scar tissue, it's actively maintaining itself to stay closed. If you run out of vitamin C, all your scars will spontaneously open. Is that true? That's kind of scary, though. Entrama is gay? Yeah, and Entrama, are you bisexual, pansexual? Like what? Gay? Aromantic? Pan? Hell yeah. Fellow panny. You know what? I tried out panny as a cute word for pansexual. Don't like it. Don't like it. Taking it back. Pantroma. Yes. There we go. It sounds like a slur. Yeah. I take it back. I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh god.
Your weird, slightly parasocial, goofy chat family still loves you. Bawahahahaha. 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 Bawahahaha. Bawahahaha. BWA.
BWA gets me every single time. Oh god. What is the difference between bi and pan? I mean, honestly, functionally, there's not. most people use them interchangeably. So like there's some people will argue like the nuance of it like until they are cold in the grave. But for the most part bi pansexual um you know relatively interchangeable. Yeah, pan implies less of a strict gender binary in attraction. Though I've also heard people define bisexual as just meaning more than interested in more than one sex. Um, yeah. So like a lot of people just yeah. If you a lot of organizations and like LGBTQ activists will tell you that bisexuality is attraction to more than one gender. Um, so like it depends. Then I look like 10 years ago there were the bi pan wars, okay, on Tumblr, and those times were wild, my friends. Those times were wild because you know what? People thought bi folks were saying there were only two genders, and then the pan folks got offended by other people calling them bi, and then the trans folks got involved because they were angry that they thought bisexual people were saying that only two genders existed, and it just was all out meme war on all sides. Yeah, the bi-pan wars were indeed very weird. Somehow, Pan Patine has returned. But yeah. Now they're mostly interchangeable, and I feel like most people have kind of like come to terms with the fact with that fact, and I think that's fine. People want to call themselves pan. People want to call themselves bi. Valid. Do you all remember the bi lesbian discourse that never needed to exist? I remember seeing it and then just noping out because it was too dumb for me to like spend my time understanding. Have we gotten to Trump or Pat yet? No, we've gotten to literally nothing yet because I had to deal with my transphobic dad, and then I came back and had a cry on stream. So we're still we might be an hour and 11 minutes into the show, but we are still at the very beginning. Oh god. All right, but you know what? We gotta start. We do have some really important news, folks. So let's get covering that, shall we? Top of the hour ad break. I mean, I feel a bit guilty. I don't know if you like the stream. Hit the like button, hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Remember to hit the subscribe button, and I don't know if you wanna make a dono. Feel free. You can use exclamation point tip in Twitch, or just click the dono button or gift subs button. I don't know. Oh yeah, I am Nick. Yeah, my dad called to tell me how my mom was doing in the hospital, and then told me that his entire family knows that I'm trans and is praying for me, and is very worried about me, and has watched my show and couldn't get through even a few minutes of it. And you know, always really nice when you're deathly worried about your mom to have your dad tell you that his entire family thinks that you're an abomination in the eyes of the Lord. Always nice, you know? Always nice for your dad to call in and tell you that you being trans is the reason that you don't get to hang out with your nephews and niece, you know? Always good times. Yeah, me existing as a trans person is definitely what keeps me from hanging out with my nephews and niece. Anyway. He's a coward. I agree that he's a coward. It's why he doesn't say this stuff in front of my mom. All right. Moving on. Moving on. All right. And now the news. But we're going to start out with good news, everybody. First of all, hey, guess what? You remember like a while ago when it was discovered that Donald Trump had been deliberately keeping top secret documents related to like nuclear weapons and such in Mar-a-Lago, and had been refusing to give them back after being asked repeatedly over the course of months for them to be returned to the US government. And then when he did return those documents to the US government, he deliberately hid like half of them, and then continued to lie about being in possession of them. And then the FBI had to raid Mar-a-Lago in order to obtain the rest of them. And even then, he still had some hidden in Mar-a-Lago. You remember that? You remember when he had state secrets that he stole and refused to give back? Well, turns out he's being indicted. He's being indicted. Next week on Tuesday, he will be arraigned at a courthouse, and for this case, the legal clusterfuck is about to begin, folks. And the best part is, he told everyone about it. He's the one who got on Truth Social to tell everyone that he had been indicted. Here we go. Page 1. The corrupt Biden administration has informed my attorneys that I have been indicted, seemingly over the boxes hoax. Even though Joe Biden has 1,850 boxes at the University of Delaware, additional boxes in Chinatown, D.C., and even more boxes at the University of Pennsylvania, and documents strewn all over his garage floor where he parks his Corvette, which is secured by a garage door that is paper thin and open much of the time. I love so much about this. First of all, the idea that Joe Biden just has boxes worth of top secret documents strewn across the floor of his garage, pulling his Corvette in like it's Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Just like like Donald Trump kept his hidden documents in an unsecured room by a pool, accessible to literally anybody, including random strangers. There was a security breach at Mar-a-Lago, during which time he had these documents at Mar-a-Lago, where like just random like college kids who were drunk wandered into Mar-a-Lago on the beach. Like, these were not secured documents at all. But I also just like that he's like, well, it's the boxes hoax, everybody. It's the hoax with the boxes. Instead of like the like, he knows like any other way of describing this is gonna make it sound so much worse. You know, like I need to remind you guys. Literally, material on foreign nations' nuclear capabilities seized at Trump's Mar-a-Lago. Literally, nuclear state secrets were in his possession for, as far as we know, no apparent reason. And no apparent reason, just like him being a dipshit about it, is like the most charitable interpretation of this. Which then begs the question, why, when they were asked to be returned, did he continue to hide them? Because that turns it from ignorance to something malicious. You know? Oh, yeah, no, Vox and Socks, many of you said this would never happen, and I told you. Like, literally, if anyone else who wasn't a former president of the United States did this, they would be black-bagged and on the other side of the planet being waterboarded within, like, 4 hours, okay? Hypersonic jets would transport them immediately, you know? So, yeah, this is, we're getting into that territory now. Amy Warble, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Yay, indictment indeed. Page 2. I have been summoned to appear at the federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday at 3 p.m. I never thought it was possible that such a thing could happen to a former president of the United States who received far more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country and is currently leading by far all candidates, both Democrat and Republican, in the polls for the 2024 presidential election. I am an innocent man! The way he writes his truths are, amazing. Amazing stuff. Speak Minds, my night is not going well. It's going pretty dog shit, but I'm attempting to turn that around. Just like, even though he is currently being indicted for stealing state secrets, literally hundreds of highly classified documents, any one of which someone being caught removing from the place it's supposed to be would get shot for having on their possession. I am an innocent man! Page 3. This is indeed a dark day for the United States of America. We are a country in serious and rapid decline, but together we will make America great again. No one has ever been as innocent as me, folks. God, dude. God. Alright. He has been charged with 7 counts in the indictment, according to a source familiar with the matter. At least one of the charges against Trump will be a conspiracy charge. Oh, shit. Special counsel has been investigating Trump's handling of classified documents that were brought to his Mar-a-Lago, Florida resort after he left the White House in 2021, as well as possible obstruction of the investigation and government efforts to retrieve the material. Yo, now I gotta know. Federal, conspiracy. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Conspiracy law. A conspiracy can be described generally as a sort of partnership in crime. Legally, a conspiracy exists when 2 or more persons join together and form an agreement to violate the law and then act on that agreement. The crime of conspiracy was created to address the inherent dangers posed to society when people come together and join forces to commit criminal acts. An important feature of the conspiracy statute is that it enables the investigator to get beyond the first layer of visible members to find and prosecute the brains behind a criminal scheme or organization. Specific federal anti-conspiracy statutes are found throughout federal law. State statutes also contain anti-conspiracy laws. Okay. there are basically 5 elements of the crime of conspiracy. Those are: 1, you must have 2 or more persons who, 2, intentionally, 3, make an agreement, 4, to violate federal law or defraud the United States, and then 5, commit some overt act in furtherance of the agreement. Okay. All right. And the penalty, let's see. The general conspiracy statute provides a maximum punishment of not more than 5 years, as well as up to a fine up to $250,000 for a felony offense. So, I mean, he could actually be looking at jail time. I'm gonna guess that if they are going to prosecute a former president of the United States and someone who is currently running for office, they're not just going to go for a $250,000 fine. $20 years is what I found earlier. Let's see. I'll take second opinion. Second opinion, baby. But keep in mind, that is just one of the charges. So there are still 6 other counts in the indictment, folks. I mean, like, this is going to be wild, you know. For Trump, a $250,000 fine is a license fee. Yeah, I feel like if we went through all of the rigmarole to actually charge him with a federal crime, slapping him with a fine is like the least of what we could do, and that would be immensely disappointing. And I feel like if he was found guilty of this, and the punishment was only a fine, I would get real fucking conspiratorial about that judge, okay? God. Yeah, also, like, just conservatives are freaking the fuck out, chat. They are absolutely freaking the fuck out. Here is Representative Clay Higgins over here, just like, President Trump said he has been summoned to appear at the federal courthouse in Miami on Tuesday at 3 p.m. This is a perimeter probe from the oppressors. Hold. Our POTUS has this. Buckle up. 1 out of 50,000 know your bridges. Rock steady, calm. That is all. Like, they are beside themselves on this issue, chat. Honestly, by the way, this news dropping on a Thursday is really interesting, right? Usually what happens when prosecutors want to downplay something is they'll drop it on a Friday, because people are going to be busy Friday night. They're usually too busy to watch the news because they're going out, seeing friends, all that stuff, you know? So this is interesting. Oh, no, one hand wonder. I don't know if they'll allow cameras in the courtroom, but there are absolutely going to be cameras all over that courthouse, like just around it, you know? Here we have Kevin McCarthy. Today is indeed a dark day for the United States of America. It is unconscionable for a president to indict the leading candidate opposing him. Joe Biden kept classified documents for decades. I, and every American who believes in the rule of law, stand with President Trump against this grave injustice. House Republicans will hold this brazen weaponization of power accountable. And, like, guys, they got nothing. They got nothing, because you know what? When the National Archives requested documents back from Joseph Robinette Biden, he promptly returned them. He allowed them to search his property. He returned them. They didn't find additional documents at his property after he returned them willingly. And meanwhile, Donald Trump was asked repeatedly for months for these documents to be returned, and not only did he not return them, he pretended to return them while keeping a large majority of them and refusing to turn those over. This is not comparable. And you know what? If Joe Biden was actually like playing hardball with the National Archives and refusing to return nuclear secrets to the US government, yeah, you know what? I think he should be charged too. If that turns out to be the case, he should also have to report to a courthouse. But you know, equitable treatment under a justice system is just mind-blowing to conservatives. Yeah, also, they do like to make it seem like Joe Biden personally indicted Donald Trump, as opposed to the fact that, like, Donald Trump has been getting investigated for this for literally, like, years now. God. Even if Biden violated the law in an equally brazen matter, conservatives still have nothing more than a whataboutism. Fucking Alan Dershowitz literally even said earlier that he doesn't think what Hillary Biden did was mishandling government property is worth indicting now that Trump is in the same situation. Yeah, exactly, Entrama. Exactly. They released this is Lauren Boebert. They released this Trump indictment tonight because the walls are closing in on Biden. We've seen the evidence. What evidence? What? Oh God. One of the conspiracies going around right now is that Jack Smith dropped this indictment on Thursday because some kind of crazy new findings about the Hunter Biden Burisma stuff also came out today. Except when you look into that, it's literally nothing. It's all of the same info we knew before. It's just like more pictures of Hunter Biden's dick. Which is why, by the way, like when Lauren Boebert like tweets this, right? When she gets out here and she tweets this, man, it's really weird. You've seen the evidence, huh? Why can't you present the evidence? Why can't you actually, you know, I've been watching a lot of Republicans on like Fox News and Newsmax, and whenever they are asked exactly what's going on with the Hunter Biden stuff, they always seem to be a little dodgy about it. They always seem to be everybody knows what Hunter Biden did. I don't. Walk me through it, please. What did he do exactly? And then they'll like huff and puff, and it's like, okay, well, he didn't actually, it was nepotism. It's like, and nepotism should be illegal. Well, sure, but it's not. And Republicans do a shit ton of nepotism. Like Donald Trump filled his entire cabinet with his children. You guys didn't have a problem with that. If you want it to be a crime, sure, but then I guess we'll charge every child in the Trump family. Anyway, this is going to be a spectacular clusterfuck, and I, for one, need to see it happen on Tuesday. I might have to cancel my therapy appointment. Maybe I'll move my therapy appointment. I feel like I need therapy after that fucking phone call I had earlier. Jesus. Trump. Is East Coast time 1 hour ahead of me? Wait. Okay, yeah, it's an hour ahead. No, Eastern time. Yeah, Eastern time is just 1 hour ahead. Whew. Okay. So that's like the big news of the day, chat. Like, I just want to tell you all, I knew that this was coming. I didn't know when it was coming, but like, after we covered that news story last year about the stolen documents, and we covered like the FBI probe, like, no, there's no way that this indictment wasn't coming, you know? How many indictments he got now? So far, just the two. You know, the Manhattan DA indictment has dropped. Obviously, this indictment has dropped. I believe the main one that we haven't seen drop yet is the Georgia probe. We haven't seen an indictment arise out of that, but that's mostly because it's just been expanding. So when that one drops, it's going to be a really bad day for Trump. You know? Yeah, 7 charges. I do have to say, I was not expecting that number of charges in the indictment. I can't wait until we find out what it is on Tuesday. Let's see here. Oh, here. Let's have some fun. Okay, let's have some fun. I want to chill out a little bit. We'll chill out, have some fun together. Okay. Today there was a summer game fest where they announced a bunch of new video games that are coming out soon. And also a couple of movie trailers dropped. So we're gonna watch those. First up, we're gonna watch a spiritual successor to a game called it's called Getting Over It. Yeah, this is the spiritual successor of that, and it basically seems like if the video game Quap and Getting Over It had a baby together. So here we go.
Nate! Nate! Nate!
Nate, buddy, family meeting. Let's go. Are you bringing him food again?
Not
We
right now.
talked about this.
Not right now.
You are
okay?
literally killing him with these pizzas.
You just want to throw him out on the street.
No,
Is that what you
I,
want?
no, I, he's
You want him to
35.
live on the
I
street?
want him to have some kind of discipline.
Well, discipline.
Nate, if you can hear my voice, I want you to come up here. We're having a family meeting.
What the hell? Oh, can you not?
It's just, I didn't.
Yeah, let's go back in time to when you didn't.
No, I was just trying to catch it with my, sorry.
With your
just
foot,
using my,
yeah, you tried to catch it.
I saw it was starting to go, and I just tried to.
You just kicked. You thought I'll give it a good kick
No,
to counteract the fall.
Yeah, I was just trying to steady it. I might be over.
Yeah, you might. You might have.
I
Yeah,
over.
You might have oversteadied
Yeah,
it.
no, it was just a little oversteadied.
Well, it's not steady now.
No, well.
See you later.
So,
Wanker.
It's open world QWOP, everybody. Starring a homunculus of Vosh and Stoudman. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. 10 out of 10 video game. Also, this dropped the other day. We're not gonna watch the entire thing, but this is pretty cool. I like a video game called Final Fantasy IX, and this is a proof of concept video for a remake of Final Fantasy IX, made by a team of around 50 game developers. Unfortunately, not playable. It is not playable, but it does look kind of nice. Also, if you guys haven't played Final Fantasy IX, do it. I might play it on stream again soon. It's a proof of concept for a potential Final Fantasy IX remake. Her head is enormous. It's just like a cartoon fantasy style. Oh, this is one of the coolest Final Fantasy games, One Hand Wonder, if you want to start with it. He's just a little guy. I love Final Fantasy IX. How dare you? Also, one of the best video game openings of all time. I mean, considering that this had no budget whatsoever, like, I definitely think that there's some artistic polish that could be added here.
Uh-huh. Wanna come with us to see the nobles? Oh my. These children are causing quite a ruckus.
Oh, I do hope this play is as riveting as the last one. After all, watching paint dry can be such a tough act to follow.
I didn't know watching paint dry can be so entertaining. Maybe I should do that next.
Yeah, for a proof of concept made by unpaid people as a passion project, this is really good.
Wow. I wonder what the story behind this statue is.
Also, I really like the voice actor for Vivi in this. Chocobos are so cute. Look at that little baby. Like, if this was an actual game, Vivi would have to have a run.
Chocobos. They remind me of my younger days, racing through the open fields with the wind in my hair. Majestic creatures they are.
Oh, he does have a little run. That's nice.
I need a bath.
Oh! Why, you? Watch where you're going!
Sorry.
Can't you see I'm in a hurry?
He must be on his way to
It,
see the
it
show
looks like
too.
Fable, Final Fantasy, and Dragon Quest.
Oh, the city
Had like a baby.
utterly delightful.
That big chocobo in the middle sure looks happy.
Honorable nobles of Treno, Castle Alexandria is this way.
Wow, nobles are so spiffy.
I hope one day I can ascend through the feudal ladder. Become one of them. What? Change the system? No. I want to join it.
That race was intense. I need to work on my stamina.
I wonder why I never run out of breath.
Wow. How'd you get a ticket for the show?
You better head
Wow, I love not having representation in my
You
government.
have to get your ticket stamped before you can enter the castle.
Yeah, this is a remake of or a proof of concept for a remake of Final Fantasy IX. Here, let's move ahead a little bit. There's gonna be a lot of like running around the city.
Let me guess. You're afraid of heights, aren't you? Hey, just think about how awesome the play will be once we make it across. You made it this far, kid.
right.
Those privileged Treno nobles. It ain't fair how they get all those tickets. And they should go to others like us. Oh, yeah.
The audio needed a little bit more
your name.
balancing.
My name's Puff.
My name's Vivi.
Vivi, huh? You got a funny name. Pleased to meet you.
Say this for me in that voice. You should totally click on the subscribe button. Be sure to hit that notification bell too, so when new videos are released, you are notified. Oh no, okay, I thought they were gonna do the the airship. Oh, that's too bad. But I mean, this is still impressive. That's going in the trailer. Oh god. No. Sorry, I cried too much. That's going in the trailer. Haha. Ship it. Oh, Twitter. Also, the music was made by Alex Mukala, which, if you guys don't know who he is, you should follow him. He's actually really talented music man.
My name is Alex. I'm a music producer. Today I want to do a musical.
Here, let's see. Here. He's just really talented. It's good. I like his compositions, you know? See ya, Vox and Socks. Anyway, it's good stuff. Check out his channel. Here's a link. Okay.
What's up? My name is Alex. I'm a music producer.
Knock yourselves out. He's good. He's good beans. Boop. Boop. There you go. But we have more, and by more I mean I wanted to watch this Nick Cage trailer with you guys.
Ready?
For a movie called Sympathy for the Devil.
Ready? Let's do this. People always say, don't assume the worst.
You excited?
Yeah.
Is it a boy or girl?
We don't know. Sometimes the worst is exactly what you should assume.
So my wife is in the hospital. She's about to give birth.
Drive.
This is a family emergency.
I'm your family emergency now.
Whatever it is that you want, it's yours.
Is this the wife?
David, where are you?
I mean, are you happy? You and your wife have a happy marriage?
Stay away from my family.
That's rude. You interrupting me. Don't.
Yay!
You know what I don't need tonight? Stress. Let's just make wise decisions. Watch the speed limit.
Where are we going?
You're not listening to me. I will shoot you. And this cop... I told you not to speed. We should play a little game. I want you to tell me the truth. If you don't, I am gonna kill Mr. Happy Trucker and this waitress. Ready?
Tick, tick.
You got me confused with someone else.
Really?
I'm not who you think I am. I never even told you who I think you are, so how could you know you're not who I think you are? Tick, 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 tick. Sit back down!
I love when he plays Nick Cage.
It's getting good. Oh.
I'm not gonna die tonight.
I dressed up for this. I wanted to be 100% sex tonight, and you cut that in half. I'm now 50% sex. People tend to think the more violent the death, the higher to heaven you go. Better to rain in hell. Wouldn't you agree?
That seems like so much fun.
James. What are you, ghosting me? What are you, Dr. Ross, my psychiatrist?
That really did feel like he just showed up to the set every day and ad-libbed like 70% of his lines. Okay, we got one more, and this goes out to everybody in chat right now.
Could the ugly, untalented gays please report to the principal's office?
Guess that's you guys.
Tonight is our night. We're getting the cooch. I'm gonna talk to Brittany.
It's also for me.
What would I say? Hey, girl, how's your boyfriend? How's his penis?
I'm gonna expel you both for committing a crime against
Jeff! Get out of the car.
You can't tell me what to do!
Get out of the freaking car!
We were just practicing for our self-defense club.
So it's like a fight club?
Yes.
Just stay in your lane until you're munching beaver at Wesleyan.
Yes, sir.
What's your plan here?
Jeff is psychotic, and they're picking on the weak and defenseless.
So we teach a bunch of girls how to defend themselves.
They are grateful to us.
Adrenaline is flowing. Next thing you know, Isabel and Brittany are kissing us on the mouth.
You can be our club advisor.
You know, my mom did say I need to pick up a hobby.
Welcome to our fucking fight club.
Let's get it popping in this motherfucker.
I want that trophy.
To have a safe space like this, it means a lot to people. I'm gonna finally reverse stalk my stalker. Yeah!
I'll be able to kill my stepdad.
Awesome.
He seems so supportive of women, especially the hot ones. Men need therapy.
Are you cheating on me?
No!
I literally saw you yesterday.
So nerd, I fucked your mom.
We are literally at the bottom. We have nowhere to go but up.
Your club is over.
They deserve a shot at showing everybody how fucking cool they are.
Let's go fuck up some football players.
I want that trophy.
You created a fight club to get some coochie. You don't even know how to work that thing. I know y'all ain't tickling the pearl.
I just don't know if you're supposed to be talking to us like that, just like as a teacher.
Jesus. Oh god. Was it rated R?
Just like as a teacher.
I'm sure it has to be. Yeah, it's rated R. Yeah. The movie may suck, but the trailer's epic. That looks like Mean Girls, but if Mean Girls had like a fight club, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. That was good. Oh god. How we doing, folks? By the way, chat. Just want to say, you all did it. You all did it. You did the thing, chat. You finally did it. You outlived Pat Robertson. Congratulations, everybody! You did it! You outlived one of the biggest conservative pieces of shit. You did it, everybody! You outlived the guy that said gay people brought on 9/11 and hurricanes. You did it! Here, you know what? Yeah! He dead, baby! Yep. 6 feet under, baby! That's right, everybody, and hopefully I played that video clip in a way that doesn't get me DMCA'd by YouTube. We'll find out after the stream is done. But yeah, Pat Robertson was a bad man. He was the host of a show called the 700 Club, and then I think the 500 Club. Like, it started out 700 and then changed to 500 for some reason. 700 Club? My bad. And, yeah, no, he actively worked to get gay people killed. Yeah, he blamed, queer people existing for, 9/11. He's a bad dude, okay? He also claimed that Nazis were all gay, that Hitler and his Nazi government were gay, and also called it a sickness, a pathology, something that was socially spread, which, you know, relatedly, that's exactly what the Nazis said about homosexuality. So, you know, he literally just took their ideology and then tried to reverse Uno it, you know? Hey, Polly has his cracker. Yeah, in 2016, after 49 people were massacred at the LGBTQ nightclub Pulse in Orlando, Florida, he said the nation should just let LGBTQ people and Muslims kill each other. He said, and I quote, "The left is having a dilemma of major proportions, and I think for those of us who disagree with some of their policies, the best thing to do is sit on the sidelines and let them kill themselves." Yeah. Yes, and for those of you who didn't understand the ring comment, he claimed that AIDS and HIV were caused by coming into contact with rings and towels. He claimed that specifically because he claimed that gay people and trans people were wearing special rings that would cut people if they shook hands with them, and thereby spread deliberately AIDS and HIV. Saying, really, it's vicious stuff, which would be the equivalent of murder. In my own experience, he said, our organization sponsored a meeting years ago in San Francisco where trained security officers warned me about shaking hands because in those days, certain AIDS-infected activists were deliberately trying to infect people like me by virtue of rings that would cut fingers and transfer blood. I regret that my remarks had been misunderstood, but this often happens because people do not listen to the context of the remarks which are being said. In no way were my remarks meant as an indictment of the homosexual community, or for that fact, those infected with this dreadful disease. Aha. Yeah. Yeah, the gays are just deliberately out there murdering people by infecting them with AIDS on purpose to get their radical left-wing agenda passed. Uh-huh. In 2011, he said that New York City adopting marriage equality, or New York State adopting a marriage equality law in 2011 would be Sodom and Gomorrah all over again, saying, I think we need to remember the term sodomy came from a town known as Sodom, and Sodom was destroyed by God Almighty, and the thing they practiced was homosexual activity, and even they tried to rape angels who came down here, so that's the kind of people they were, he said. There isn't one single civilization that has survived that had openly embraced homosexuality, he said. So you say, what's going to happen to America? Well, if history is any guide, the same thing that's going to happen to us. We're on a slippery slope, and it's going to kick over in a hurry. We're looking at financial problems of huge magnitude. Cool stuff, dude. No look at Flash. Hello. Oh yeah, by the way, he blamed COVID on gay people existing. He blamed COVID as he said that COVID-19 was a punishment from God because gay marriage was allowed. Because gay marriage was allowed 5 years later, God sent COVID-19. Anyway, despite saying all of this, he very, very thoughtfully erected a gender-neutral bathroom for, men, women, transgender folk to use as they see fit. And I think that's really a beautiful final act. If he could, he would probably blame his death on the gays. Yeah, the AIDS rings finally caught up to him, huh? Yeah.
All right, it's time.
Anyway, here's Pat Robertson talking about Undertale. Apparently, somebody wanted me to show this on stream.
For some questions, we've been running out of time on the show, but what do you got?
Let's bring it on with Peyton first of all today. Peyton says, recently I was looking through my daughter's phone and I found many pictures of a cartoon skeleton with one glowing blue eye and wearing a hoodie. When I asked my daughter why she had such demonic images on her phone, she told me there was nothing wrong with it because it was from a video game. How do I help my daughter not be attracted to such demonic things?
Give her something better. I think it's a fad. These funny-looking things, I think I wouldn't make a big deal of it. I think if you do, you magnify
drive her to it.
Yeah, you drive her to it. And if you got something more wholesome that she can enjoy, provide it for her. You must have something. There's got to be some video game that isn't so evil, but those things are filled with violence. I mean, you know, and brutality. It's unreal, and that's what the kids are playing. You say, oh, well, he's just playing a video game. Yeah, sure. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, sometimes it's all about being cool with your friends because they all have it, you know. So, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is so demonic, guys. Look, this silly little guy. This silly little guy is the devil, apparently. Oh, yo, 10-letter name. You've never played Undertale? Absolutely worth playing it. I played it several months ago on stream. It was really, really fun. I might play through it again. Well, you know what? Honestly, I'm probably not going to play it again. You guys want me to do a genocidal run through Undertale, and that would hurt my heart too much. Play Deltarune? I want to play Deltarune when it's out. Like, all of it. Hey, Hufflebadger. Do it for the donos? You guys want to dono my way through Undertale? I don't like genocide runs. I don't like genocide. You guys are trying to tempt me into Satan's ways. Polly has his cracker, of course. You can just post links in my chat. You don't have to ask for permission. Okay, we're not gonna listen to the next 3 minutes of that, even though it would be a bop. God. Anyway, Pat Robertson, massive piece of shit. Rest in peace, you absolute ghoul. Trouble us no more. And we will long celebrate your demise. What's a genocide run? In Undertale, you can do... There are two main routes through the game. One is by befriending all of the monsters you meet, which involves a different mechanic than fighting them. And the other is fighting them as you would in a traditional RPG, thereby killing all of your adversaries. So, yeah. But after you do the love run, it's really hard to go back and kill all the nice friends you made. Okay, just as an FYI. Hello, do you guys know who this man is? His name is Zachary Levi, known as the star of the DC Cinematic Universe version of Shazam. Additionally, he was the star of a television show that ran from like 2007 to like 2015 called Chuck. Well, I just want to let you guys know, this guy's relatively big and influential in Hollywood. He follows Gays Against Groomers. He's a He's a far right conservative goon. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you guys should know that. He's a far right goon, and not only is he a far right goon who's following like gays against groomers, he also knows Jeremy Boring, who you guys know as the co-founder of the Daily Wire alongside Ben Shapiro. Jeremy Boring worked with Zachary Levi from 2006 to 2010. Yeah, they worked producing movies together. And they didn't produce many movies. There's At the End, there's Spiral, and then there's a movie called Melanin, which I thought that sounded weird. So I figured, you know what? We'll take a look at it. All right, we'll take what's the synopsis of Melanin? After a series of personal and professional setbacks, a white advertising executive signs up to participate in a trial for an experimental drug designed to make your skin appear tanned. This movie came out in what year? What year was this released in, I wonder? Melanin. I wonder if there's a trailer. Search Google for Melanin movie trailer. Oh, God. We need to be real careful here. I feel like if I click on the wrong one. The Melanin Code? Is it this one? No. Oh, wait. It is this one.
Double homicide.
I didn't do it.
Well, something happened, or we wouldn't be here. Is this Michael Baird?
He used to be.
What do you mean used to be?
Before he started taking that pill.
Prejudice is real. But the story of America is a story of a people who are committed to seeing past our prejudice.
Man, they found him not guilty.
An encounter with a police officer can be a dangerous dance between officer and citizen. But we must demand that our officers see things as they are and not as they're perceived. Racism and bias, it blinds us.
Y'all motherfuckers always apologizing to the wrong person. Apologizing to the police officers, apologizing to everybody except for me and my son.
But this is no time for your white guilt.
So you think telling them I'm not black is going to help our case? If it does, then what are you doing this for?
It hinders our ability to
Oh
give
my
respect
God.
and clouds our
Oh
judgment.
my God.
Look, Mike, this ain't no fast pass to Disneyland.
This is so much worse.
If the true prison.
This is so much worse than I thought it was gonna be.
It's my job to convince the judge and everybody in that courtroom to hear you. But I need you to help me help you. If you want any kind of fair chance at this trial.
Oh no.
And I didn't do it. Doesn't convince many people. Especially when you're black.
KBS, no. Oh my God. What the fuck, dude? So yeah, that's one of the movies they produced together. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh no. It's coming out on their... Wait, this is coming out on their live streaming service? This is coming out on Daily Wire this year? What? Oh my God. Why? Who thought this would be a good idea, though? Why does the movie have porno vibes? Because it was clearly lit by an inexperienced lighting crew. Just, I thought this was gonna be like some kind of nutty professor, like hijinks thing, which would be offensive in its own right. I didn't think it was going to be police brutality against black and brown people, and one of the brown people is actually a secret white. That's insane. That is insane shit. Oh my god. Punky Gal, I don't think I can watch that. I don't think I can watch that trailer on stream. Here's the trailer for a thing that doesn't bring only sadness and pain. I mean, it's a Sonic trailer. So I mean, I've been conditioned to believe that this only brings sadness and pain. Brings Sonic and pain. I like the Sonic redesign. It's cute. Like, I like the little running animation. I do not like Amy's new look. Oh my god. That was cute. I look forward to not buying it, but binging the soundtrack repeatedly. New designs by Naoto Oshima, finally back in designing after being in the Forbidden Zone since Adventure. I liked all of those designs except for Amy's. The green shirt looks very bad. Oh, one small thing. For the nerds. Neat. I also look forward to the game Grumps grumping about it. Fang is back? Okay, I don't know Fang. My little brother says hi. Hey, Avalon of Babylon's little brother. Howdy. I have no idea how that could work with 4 players. Yeah, that seems like it'd be a bit messy. Well, I figured he was the weasel in the trailer. I don't know him. Was in Triple Trouble? Huh. Okay. Yeah, look, I want to know the most important detail, and that's when Big the Cat makes his appearance and when I can go fishing. That's what I want to know. Now, folks, we've been streaming for 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the content, remember to hit the follow button and remember to like and subscribe over on YouTube. Do those 2 things, please. I would very, very much appreciate it. And if you have been enjoying the show and would like to make a dono, I encourage you to do so. You can use !tip over on Twitch if you want to donate to me directly, Or if you're over on riverboat.gg, you can click the donation tab or click on the subscribe tab to either subscribe yourself or gift subs. Well, Stockholm is dead. As a black person, I really appreciate the premise. Can you elaborate? Fucking need to relearn to type. Let's see. Do. All right. We've done it. We've arrived at the first bit of content that I told you guys we were going to cover yesterday. Hey, so apparently Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks and Destiny had a debate a couple days ago. We're going to watch that debate, see what it was about. I have no idea what they were debating. Yeah. Should be interesting, to say the least. I do have to say, Destiny does have very cute art.
Cool. Well, I guess everything's live.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They just don't.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, hey, what's up, guys? Obviously, I'm Destiny. Stephen Bunnell. This is my good friend, colleague. I don't even know what to call you, honestly. But, I mean, you guys all know I'm from the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur. Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm so curious. What was like the impetus for this conversation? Like, what do they tell you? What are we gearing up for here?
So I hear that you are evil and need to be defeated. Okay. No, just Brianna Wu runs Rebellion Pack, and that's the pack that I started, and that's to get money to progressives.
Oh, I didn't know
so
that.
They can beat establishment
I didn't know that Cenk Uygur started Rebellion Pack. That's interesting.
Democrats, and ultimately, most importantly, beat Republicans. And so it was her suggestion.
Who's this guy? Destiny. He likes to do a lot of debates. He has made pro-trans arguments in the past, but he's also the kind of guy who really likes to just argue and debate about anything, and he's had some very, very bad takes as well. I'm personally not a huge fan of Destiny, but there are many people in his community who are pretty cool.
And I was like, okay, sure, let's do it.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess I'll start. Are you familiar at all with anything that I do, or have you heard about any of my internet presence or anything? Or
yes, but I learned the hard way never to trust anything on the internet.
Okay, good starting place. Okay,
so
basically,
yeah. So Stephen, I'll just say, look, I know that some people say, oh, don't platform X, don't platform Y, don't go on here, don't go on there. Did you know what he said back when he was 17 or 37? And yeah, no, I don't care about any of that. Okay, so we're gonna have this discussion. And so if you've got something particularly terrible thing to say, or I do.
I mean, yeah, he's also had some anti-trans takes. I have had a couple encounters with him on stream. There were a couple really cringy ones where he was trying to make biologically essentialist arguments about trans people. That was very cringe. I think he has improved since then on trans issues, at least. But yeah, generally speaking, not a huge fan of him.
We'll correct each other, okay? So God bless. And I hear what do I hear about you? I hear you're an establishment hack.
Yes, proudly so. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. I was just curious so that I know how to catch us all up. So the long and short of it is basically I got into doing online politics around 2016 with the era of Trump, along with apparently the entire United States got into politics more in that time period than ever before. When I first came on the scene, my whole political career was being as combative as possible, combative, condescending, patronizing, and through that kind of like blood sports battling as like a left-leaning commentator. I kind of cut my teeth doing that for a while, became kind of popular online doing online politics, and now I've kind of shifted away towards like, how can I be more empathetic, understanding, and
Destiny, you coward, explain the intricacies of StarCraft 2 to Cenk. Do it. Talk about playing StarCraft. Tell him your favorite online strats.
And like really hone in on why do we disagree with people politically, and then what can I do to kind of push my message while still understanding, I guess, the concerns of the other side. Broadly speaking, that's what I do. But I try to actually do that, not like in a Dave Rubin centrist kind of way where you pretend to listen to both sides, but really you're just a conservative in disguise in every single sense of the word. Okay.
No, Stephen, I'll give you credit from the get-go that from the few things that I've seen, no, you appear to be an actual independent thinker. So you're not like the fake left for sure. And your opinions are so all over the place that you can't help that they're genuine. So
okay, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm not entirely sure if it is a compliment to everybody, but sure.
Yeah, I totally agree. And by the way, the way that I look at these, we call them debates, but I really, in my mind, I view them as discussions because there's plenty of things that I'm sure we'll agree on, right?
Sure.
And things that we'll disagree on, and that'll be fun too. And like I remember going to the debate in the political union in undergrad, and I didn't want the debate club because I'm like, oh, we're debating cats or dogs. Well, you're just trying to prove who's more clever, right? Let's get the policy, let's figure out where we both stand, and then let the audience decide.
Yeah, I agree. So one of the things that I kind of bring up when I'm making the rounds on, I got into a little fight with Alex Jones on a panel, I think a couple months ago. I've done Tim Pool's show a couple times. One of the questions that I'm starting to hone in on a lot when I talk to people is, after you've said your spiel, you've said your piece, you've gone on your diatribe, your rant, you've explained your issues, what do you want people at home to do? One of the things I'm kind of looking at for a lot of political discourse is, it feels like that the way that a lot of it is set up is from the very beginning to the very end, there's this air of hopelessness. On the conservative side, depending on how conservative you go, it's Jewish people controlling the Great Replacement, and immigration is getting rid of us, and everybody's controlling the state-run media, the swamp, et cetera, which basically leaves their constituents with like, what do we have to do? January 6th, Buffalo shooter, it's extremist rhetoric. All we can do is fight with weapons. That's the only thing we can do. And on the left, I kind of noticed.
Hello, Raiders. I'm playing a cute little game called Grapple Dog while we do a little debate review. And I know it's loud as shit because this is the first time I've booted it up. I'm sorry. There we go. Hello! Hey, Mr. Unfamiliar. I've heard good things about Grapple Dog, and it looks cute. Kind of has a bopping soundtrack, to be honest with you guys. Vosh Raiders, hello! Hello. I did not come in with Vosh. That's okay. Hi. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a leftist content creator, socialist. I talk about the news and politics. Sorry if I look a bit disheveled today. Like, right when I started stream, I got some pretty... I got an update about my mom's health. She's currently in the hospital, and that update came courtesy of my transphobic father, so it was not great. Also, I'm a trans lady. So we're a bit all over the place tonight. Sorry about that. It's usually not as haphazard as this. But welcome, folks. If you got questions about socialism, my political ideologies, my policy prescriptions, me being trans, you got questions about any of those, I'm happy to answer and engage with you guys. Hope you guys are having a good one. I know you guys, Vosh was able to pull the libertarian candidate for president of the United States for a debate. That's pretty cool. Tinbonk, I actually have been playing Webbed as well, but I wanted to try Grapple Dog. Engage with us. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Hello! And also, if you're over here on Twitch and you want to be in the on-screen chat, head over to riverboat.gg. And you can join the on-screen chat and also have an adless experience, even if you're not subscribed. And I don't know, you can support me over there if you'd like. Anyway, Vosh, thank you so much for the raid, and hello everybody. Came over from Vosh to mention your hair looks amazing. I really like how shiny it is. Thank you. It was looking a lot better a while ago. Sorry about that. It was a great debate. I'm glad. I'm glad you had a great time. I need to do more debates. I like doing debate content, but most of the people who want to debate me just want to scream the N-word to get me like kicked off of platforms, frankly. Have you finished Strange New Worlds yet? No, we have 3 episodes left, and I'm very excited to finish the rest of them because episode 5 was really fun. It was really, really fun. I'm drunk and I will leave now. I love your content. Good night, friends. Tin Bunk! You have a good drunk night. A good tipsy night, my friend. Yes. Episode 7 is the pirate one. I think episode 6 was the pirate one. Or wait, maybe episode 7 was? Maybe we have 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, 3. Okay. Yeah, episode 7 was the pirate one. Bosch was talking about aliens having sex with humans. Okay, but what about aliens having sex with horses? You know, no one ever talks about aliens coming to fuck our horses. They always talk about the anal probes for humans, never the horses. It's very strange. I think a potentially big oversight. God. I love you guys. Anyway, we're reviewing this debate between Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks and Destiny. I don't know why. I just thought it'd be good content. And you guys are coming in just at the beginning of it. So welcome, folks. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Sometimes that depending on what we're talking about, and then I get this vibe kind of from the Young Turks that depending on what we're talking about, the rhetoric feels similar-ish. Giving you credit, I mean, you've said explicitly multiple times, like, don't bring weapons to riots, don't bring weapons to protests, it's not a good idea. But sometimes when it feels like we get so down on everybody, even establishment Democrats, that it's like, geez, it feels like there's no hope. Like, if Biden didn't pass something that the most progressive person in Congress wants, then it's a watered-down bipartisan garbage bill that he gets no credit for. And then kind of, I guess, the ground for this discussion, I guess, can be the recent debt ceiling negotiation. But I mean, we can talk about the infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan, whatever other thing. Yeah, I guess, what is your general feeling on that? Like, is there any part of you that's like, you know what? He might not be the most progressive president ever. I think he is, but he might not be the most progressive president ever. But at least Biden did this or this in terms of major legislation. Do you have that feeling, or?
So yes and no. But it's a great question to start on. So
isn't Destiny a chud nowadays?
First off,
I don't pay that much attention to him, so
if you've
no idea.
Come looking for hope, you've come to the right place.
Okay.
So I'm the king of hope. And I even wrote a poem called Hope. Okay. So and our audience knows I am intensely optimistic. And so when I get a sense of hopelessness, what I do is I try to fix it. And we do active things in the world, like we created Justice Democrats. We launched it on the Young Turks. We launched the improbable campaign of AOC, and
more of like a
centrist thought that
lib.
was possible, and we did it. And then when we started Just Democrats, everybody thought you'd be lucky to get one. Now we have 11 in Congress, right? So I 100% believe in hope. Ro Khanna was on the show today on the Young Turks talking about what we can do to fight forward. Okay. Now, in terms of the Biden, no, look, if you...
Oh, and folks, we are trying to move over to YouTube. So if you wanted to head over to youtube.com/riverboatjack and hit the subscribe button and the like button on the stream, that would help me out immensely.
you say, hey, is there things that he's done well? Oh, absolutely. So here are a laundry list of things I'll give him credit for. Getting out of Afghanistan. And I did not agree with corporate media. Oh, it was a mess, it was terrible. They always say that when we're ending a war. They never say it when we're starting a war, right? So no, I'm thrilled that Biden got us out of Afghanistan. Did Trump start that process?
Unfamiliar.
He did, so what?
Okay.
Biden finished it, right? And he did it right away. The infrastructure bill is good in the long run. I have a giant asterisk on it, but I'll take it. Even the semiconductor bill, it's a giant giveaway to the semiconductor industry, but we do need a national semiconductor industry. So it's a complicated one. It's nuanced, right? The COVID relief bill had some of the provisions that help the average American the most out of any bill I've covered in like 20 years, okay? Unfortunately, a lot of that already sunset and was obliterated later on. So I can go on and on, right? But in terms of, is Biden a progressive? Absolutely not.
Can I have
Has
this
he
audio?
done enough?
Absolutely
not. Okay, and so it's not me being nihilistic to say that.
There you go.
Credit where credit is due, and then discredit where discredit is due. So, for example, and I can give you many, but let's start here. So, Stephen, he said like $15 minimum wage was like bare minimum. Oh, of course we were going to get that. I remember when he got into office, and I told legislators, I said people on air, our audience, etc., they're not going to do it, and everybody was incredulous. No, he promised that 8 ways to Sunday. He's definitely going to do it. And what did he do? He had his 2 Delaware senators that are his top allies in the Senate vote against it. He came out and spoke during the Super Bowl interview against it. He was never going to do it. He was lying all along. He's been a conservative on economic issues for 50 straight years. And I can go down a laundry list of things he was never going to do. Paid family leave, public option. He promised public option 1,000 times. Never once proposed it. Never once even talked about it.
Sure.
Because he was lying.
Okay, so this is, okay, I want to hone in on this. So firstly, I love everything you said in the beginning, okay? And I might repeat this line a lot. I feel like sometimes when I get people in front of me and we chat, their takes become very reasonable. But in going over like the videos for this conversation, the things I'm hearing, like in regards to the debt ceiling, I was like, there are no wins for Democrat, none, zero. Biden hates the middle class. Well, sure, the Democrats and the Republicans are on the same goddamn team. Democrats just give McCarthy gift after gift after gift after gift. Do you really think that like a Republican administration would more or less do the same thing as like a Democratic administration or a Democrat administration?
So with an asterisk, yes. So like, for example, they did the IRS, funding the IRS $80 billion over 10 years. That was the one. And by the way, Steve, you can go back and watch our clips on Afghanistan, on the infrastructure bill, on all of these. I haven't changed my position 1%. So what I say on air at the Young Turks is what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
So, and now, and by the way,
and yeah, no, Cenk is right. By the way, there was no win for the infrastructure bill, like the infrastructure bill, or not the infrastructure bill. Sorry, the debt ceiling bill that they just passed. Right. When they talk about this, specifically when like Biden and his administration talk about this, when they are trying to say, oh, there's, our hands are really tied here by this whole, debt ceiling thing. Keep in mind, they had years where they could have avoided this. They could have passed this debt ceiling bill 2 years ago when they had a supermajority, when they had the ability to just ignore Republicans. And they didn't do that. They didn't even talk about doing it. And now it's suddenly like a crazy surprise. And wouldn't you know it, we just have to give Joe Manchin a pipeline. We had to do it. Had to freeze our social spending for a couple years, but the Republicans had us in a bind. Nothing we could have done. They could have handled this years ago.
The reason you might notice me being more vitriolic is because those are the videos that get more attention, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But I also mean those 200%. So yes, the IRS bill was good, and that was a bill that the Republicans definitely would not have done. And I said, okay, look, give the Democratic Party credit there. There's a slight difference, even on economic issues. Okay, so okay. Now, having said that, the rest of it has been a disaster. So the debt ceiling, there was one tiny thing we got, and God bless. Okay, we got the exemption for homeless and veterans on SNAP. Okay, but the other 8 things were all for Republicans. We got nothing back. We didn't need to.
They did raise it, Mint Kuro. They did, but there are ways you can bypass that system. You can invoke the 14th Amendment. You know, Biden could have done that. He didn't do that. You could also pass legislation that would continually raise the debt ceiling. You know? Like, there are solutions there. But they keep doing this, like, temporary raise, kick the can down the road situation, you know? Hey, Dr. Robotnik.
To do it at all. And I think, and this is the part that's probably going to really bother me, I think that Biden wanted to do all those things. So when Obama was president, they invent this thing about, oh, we're going to now negotiate the debt ceiling. Okay, it's a Republican ploy, but Obama and Biden love going along with those ploys. They love it. They could easily just go 14th Amendment. I'm done with it. Oh, by the way, if you'd like to wreck the world economy, that is going to be 100% on you. Okay. Well, instead, when he gets into a negotiation, it becomes 50% on him. And then in that negotiation, he gets almost nothing and gets slaughtered on everything else.
Okay, so let's hone in on this a little bit. Okay, so Biden has largely gotten to pass a lot of major legislation, right?
Yeah, sorry when I said they could have raised it and they chose not to. I mean, like, permanently solve the problem instead of giving Republicans leverage later on. But, you know.
The infrastructure bill, we had the American Rescue Plan, like huge ticket things, and our budget has been insanely huge. On our discretionary spending, we're talking like $1.4, $1.5 trillion over and over and over again. With the debt ceiling approaching, and with the Republicans taking the House, I'm pretty sure every single political analyst thought the Democrats were going to have to give a lot when it came time to negotiate on the debt ceiling stuff. Now, Biden said he originally wasn't going to negotiate, but regardless of how we feel, like it's a Democratic president. If the United States defaulted on the debt, it would be catastrophic. Failures to negotiate the debt ceiling are always going to hurt the sitting president more than the Republican Party. We're not going to be able to blame House Republicans when Democrats have the Senate and the presidency. I feel like when we look at everything that was given, and I guess this is my problem when I listen to you guys talk about this, is I hear this like Republicans got everything they want. We just gave and gave and gave and gave. The difference between the House bill that McCarthy passed versus what was finally signed in the Senate, I felt like it was some of the, and I see everybody else say this. Krugman was saying this, the guys at Pod Save America was saying this, even Ben Shapiro was admitting this, that the political maneuvering was pretty good. That like some of the stuff that was given up wasn't really a give up at all. So for instance, a lot of people complain about work requirements on SNAP. So work requirements were increased from 49 years of age to 54 years of age. But because of the wide exemption that was given for veterans and homeless people, I think the Congressional Budget Office, which is nonpartisan, their guesstimate was that the outlays in that program are actually going to increase. We're going to spend more money on that program than we were before. Because if you look at the unemployment in that age bracket, it's like 2.5%. Like most people are working in this age bracket. It's not like they're having trouble finding jobs or anything. And there's a lot of exemptions made for like people in for people.
Yeah. And Destiny's not wrong here, but he's kind of just saying the point, which is that it's making things worse. It's not like making things a ton worse, but it is making things measurably worse. You know? And when you do a bunch of little things over a long period of time, each one making things a little bit worse, and a little bit worse, and a little bit worse, well, it winds up making things a lot worse. You know? And part of what was awful about the debt ceiling bill that eventually got passed was that it froze social spending for 2 years. And that effectively means it is future cuts to social spending. Those are future cuts to those programs. Those programs aren't going to get the additional funding they need in order to grow along with the needs of our population. So they have future cuts while also making things slightly worse.
people with children, people from orphanages, people with mental illness. There's a lot of exemptions to make for that. That's like one example. And there's like example after example after example of like the gives that we made were just not a big deal. And a lot of the important stuff like Social Security, Medicaid, repeals of the student loan debt, none of this got through on the Republican side. So when I see that like the things that we did give were things that were either coming anyway. So for instance, like the student aid, the interest on the student loan starting to, I guess, tick back again and repayment starting again at the end of summer. This was already going to happen, and we gave that. But we didn't really lose anything. You look at like the SNAP stuff. You look at the IRS. You know, we fought for $80 billion in increased funding. We gave $20 billion back for now. I feel.
Wait, I mean, we did lose something. Student loan repayment is restarting again after promising that they wouldn't, promising like debt forgiveness on those loans. Like, that's meaningfully hurting people as the economy is contracting for workers.
I feel like that was a major win for Biden in that we moved past the debt ceiling thing for 2 years. The 2-year thing bothered you guys. The House bill was worlds apart. They wanted a 10-year cap on spending, and we got that down to 2. And then the budgets that we got was like $700 billion versus the $550 they were asking for in the House for 2024 fiscal year 2025. That all of this seems like pretty decent stuff. Again,
yeah, I mean, they negotiated it up from where Republicans had it, but it's still lower than it would otherwise be. And it was a negotiation that didn't have to happen at all in the first place.
I understand that we didn't like fight for anything, we didn't get anything, but considering it was a House majority for Republicans and considering people thought we were going to lose a lot more, I don't understand why there's not just like a little bit to be happy about there.
No, nothing, zero. Okay, so let me explain.
Okay.
So look, brother, when you say political analysts expected that it would be worse, well, first of all, that's corporate media, and corporate media always thinks the country is center right. That the Republicans are right on the debt and deficit. I mean, they're clowns. Trump drove up the deficit by the debt by $7.8 trillion. Reagan, Bush, they all drive up deficits. Last Republican president to balance the budget was Dwight Eisenhower.
Hey, Witch Night Melody,
but what does corporate media always tell you? Oh, the Republicans care about the debt. They care about the deficit. It's a lie. Lie. Okay. So when they say, oh, okay. Oh, but Biden has to give everything to the Republicans. He didn't give them everything. He gave them only 89%. Oh, what a champion. Well, yeah, corporate politicians are happy. Corporate Democrats are happy. Corporate Republicans are happy. Corporate media is happy. So that's not an argument at all, in my opinion. Okay, so you have to look at the actual policy, right? So what actually happened there? Well, are you right that the Republicans threatened to punch us in the face about 100 times? Yes. So, but when we get punched.
May I have consent to fantasize about you later? You know what? It was a really weird comment to make, X give me X, but you know what? You have my consent to fantasize about whatever you want to do, okay? I have no control over what you fantasize about. I just ask that you do not tell me what you're fantasizing about. Do not share that fantasy, but otherwise knock yourself out, okay? I literally had an OnlyFans. Like it goes with the territory. Knock yourself out, my friend.
Punch in the face 80 times, and then we get.
Yes, as long as you donate every single time you come. Okay, every time you come, you have to donate. Otherwise, you're stealing.
One thing back. That's the one that I mentioned on Snap. That's not a win. You got punched in the face 80 times. And Stephen, we didn't need it at all. The 14th Amendment is crystal clear. It says our debt shall not be questioned. It's one of the clearest amendments there is. The only reason you even entered the negotiations is if you want to give things away. And so I'll give you 2 of the specific examples that you mentioned, okay?
This game's cute as fuck.
So for example, on work requirements, and corporate media always moves the goalpost, okay? On worker requirements, first they came and there's, oh, the Democrats said no way. And corporate media says, Democrats say no way, they're gonna stand strong. Hakeem Jeffries puts out a strong statement. Oh, we will not bend on that. And then when they collapse, complete utter collapse, right? And then again, God bless, at least we got the veterans and the homeless, okay? But they collapsed on the work requirements that they said they would not budge on. Then corporate media goes, what a wonderful bipartisan compromise. It's a good thing we have work requirements. Wait, what the hell happened? Okay, I covered when you said X, Now I'm covering when you say why. And those things are not at all the same. On student debt, classic trick. So what did he give? He gave the Republicans ending the moratorium in September. So you're going to have to start paying interest again on your loans.
Hey, Mike A.
Okay,
Richards.
but they said, all right, but we're not going to take away the student debt forgiveness. He knows the Supreme Court's going to strike that down in 2 weeks. Biden knows that. So that way he gets to give away the store and then go, the favorite thing of corporate Democrats. There was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do. Oh, the Supreme Court, golly gee, did they end my student debt relief program? The one thing that was going to help young people? Oops, I did it again.
No.
So no, not Biden.
No, Jake,
Okay,
no.
so firstly, okay, this is a huge gripe I have sometimes with progressives. I think we have to stop relying on these like Hail Mary legal arguments that we think or hope are going to bail us out of having to do any sort of legislative compromise. The idea that the 14th Amendment is crystal clear,
There we go.
that we both know that is absolutely not true. One of us might think that, and some people might think that, but that is a hotly contested thing. Not only is it hotly contested, it would be so contested that if we were to go that 14th Amendment route, there was a chance that the legal challenges would extend that past the expiration date of our debt. And if we default on our debt while we're trying to play complicated legal battles on whether or not the 14th Amendment allows us to just pay the debt with absolutely no negotiation with Congress required, that could potentially be like...
Okay, but the legal system... Okay, first of all, no. I don't think that there is a circumstance under which Republicans would want to bring a legal challenge to this, specifically because it harms their corporate donors. No donor to a Republican campaign wants the U.S. to default on its debt, aside from, like, fringe lunatics. You know, like, nah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. That... No, first of all, that's a reality. Second of all, if it was brought to the courts wouldn't just be like, well, we need to put a stay on paying this raising the debt ceiling. No, they would allow it to go through because of the obvious, like, horrific consequences. But they would then reserve, like, the opportunity to, like, revoke that should they find against that in the future. And I think that that's, like, an acceptable risk, frankly. Yeah. Wouldn't Biden's donors say the same thing to him and tell him no 14th? Possibly, except that the 14th Amendment very clearly puts out a pathway for the president, for the executive branch to do that, you know? I will give Cenk so much money to never sing Oops, I Did It Again. That pained me.
I don't think I need to explain how disastrous it would be for the United States to default on its debt while we play this political football back and forth with the debt. So I don't buy that the 14th Amendment was such an easy way out, number one.
God damn it.
Number two, as much as we hate it, well, I don't hate it. I mean, it's part of how our system works. Bipartisan is not the enemy. Bipartisan is not evil. If you don't have majorities or supermajorities in both of your houses, bipartisan is the way that you have to go. Even you mentioned that $15 an hour minimum wage hike earlier. That $15 an hour minimum wage thing in the Senate, that was opposed by 8 Democrats. And that's when you only winning by a vice president tiebreaker vote. Like, there's no way that you can get through anything that is going to help the American people if you're not looking to be bipartisan in some way. You brought up the moratorium on student debt. That moratorium was expiring anyway. Student debt was always going to be, the interest payments were always coming back on the table at the end of summer. That was a freebie, a literal freebie. Republicans got nothing there. And then when you talk about the Supreme Court striking down student debt forgiveness, that's the $10,000 to $20,000 that Biden is trying to strike down. But the $42 billion that he's already forgiven for a lot of public workers, people working in healthcare, people that have like employment jobs by the federal government, that $42 billion that has been forgiven for young people, that's done. That's a done deal. deal. Republicans didn't claw any of it back. The Supreme Court can't take any of that back. The only thing that they're fighting over now in the Supreme Court is going to be that $10,000 to $20,000 forgiveness per person afterwards. Again, I agree that like there are some things that like the $20 billion. I like the IRS. Okay, clawing back, and it's the only fucking organization in the government that actually makes money. Okay, so that's the dumbest thing to take away money from. But only losing $20 billion out of the $80 billion that we funded for it, that's probably the biggest punch in the face that I can see. And then maybe the spending caps. But man, they originally McCarthy wanted all $80 billion back. Originally McCarthy wanted those caps at $540 billion, and we got that up to $711 billion. There were some punches, but I don't think it was like 89% punches in the face. I think it was like 15% punches in the face.
Okay, so let me address those one by one. I'm going to read you the 14th Amendment here. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law shall not be questioned. Okay. So you called it a Hail Mary. If that's not clear enough, then words have no meaning. Okay. So, and not only that, Stephen, first of all, you don't have to do anything. You just simply keep doing what you're doing. Let the Republicans, and say you're using the 14th Amendment, our debt shall not be questioned. The Republicans go to court, okay? If they want to, go ahead, go for it. Try to destroy the 14th Amendment, try to destroy the economy. Now you 100% own it because you went to court to try to destroy the economy, okay? You go to court, that puts the conservative Supreme Court in a very tough position, okay? Because they either have to say, okay, the Democrats are obviously right, plain reading of the language, the original meaning, everything, every conservative legal principle they have ever said. Or they have to say, okay, we're just partisan hacks, which I grant you that they might, and we don't care anything that we ever said before, but now we're burning our original meaning and plain reading of the text, are two of the pillars of conservative legal principles. We're burning it to the ground because this is super clear, and we're just going to lie about it. Okay.
Okay.
So that is not a Hail Mary. We have a massively winning case, and in fact, we win either direction there. And if you care just about politics and the Republicans own destroying the economy, that's a disaster for them. Now, I care that we don't actually destroy the economy, right? And of course, defaulting on the debt is a terrible thing. But Stephen, this is another core disagreement, I think, because I think the politicians are completely controlled by their donors. And I think every piece of legislation shows that. So the Republicans were never actually going to default because their donors would have been livid. Their donors are the richest people in the country. They need that stock market healthy and vibrant. They would have cut those guys' throats if they had actually defaulted on debt ceiling. The trick is we pretend we're going to cut it. And those are the bad cops. And then the good cops come in, Democrats go, oh, God, well, golly, gee, I wish there was something that we could do, but there's nothing we could do. Hey, our donors are happy too. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, what a win for everyone. And two policy things that you mentioned there. One is when you talk about the IRS, we both agreed that was a good bill that the Democrats passed. Now they're giving back a quarter of it, to 20%, to $20 billion. Why doesn't Biden ever fight back rhetorically? Why doesn't he say, hey, wait a minute, I thought we were reducing the deficit. Taking away $20 billion from the IRS actually increases the deficit by approximately $120 billion. Because every nonpartisan organization that's looked at it says $1 spent at the IRS brings you $6 back in revenue for the government. So why doesn't he do a press conference my Republican friends, and he loves them. He always calls them his Republican friends. My Republican friends, I thought they cared about the debt. It turns out they want to destroy the debt in order to protect the rich. Because this is targeted at people making over $400,000, and they want to pile on debt just to protect the rich. I won't have it. I'm going to fight for you. And he never does that because he doesn't believe that. And then last thing on this, pay-go on the executive side. We've talked about like 8 different things to give away. One of them is pay-go. And that means that if you do any executive action, I mean, they're going to pass any bills anyway, but if you do any executive action, the only thing he's got left for the next 2 years, now you have to take away something if you're ever going to spend money on anything. But that basically neuters the White House, the executive branch. But now, why did Biden throw that in? Because he wants to be neutered. That takes the pressure off. Then I could just run for president. You only care about myself. I wasn't going to do anything in the next 2 years anyway. And it's nice and convenient for him. So Biden wins, the Republicans win, corporate media wins, we all get screwed.
Okay, so something we're going to center around this is like Biden wants this and the Democrats want this. I guess running through a couple of these, amendments are never as clear as like the words have crystal clear meaning, right? Like how many times have we fought over the wording of the Second Amendment? The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. What does it mean to have a well-regulated militia? What do the commas mean? How many times have we seen videos of like sovereign citizens quoting articles of independence and everything? Like the idea that like, well, the words are crystal clear, especially after we've just gotten out of a very, very, very complicated battle relating to Roe v. Wade and whether or not substantive due process or implied rights are even a real thing. I think I think it's very cautious, or I think we should proceed with caution when we say something like, oh yeah, like the wording on this particular part of the Constitution is very clear, therefore we have no debt ceiling anymore, especially when we're doing such a massive divergence of what's already kind of been set as like a political norm. Not to say that that battle can't be won, but like if on one end we've got, okay, well, we can negotiate a little bit with the Republicans, they won the House anyway, and for the most part we don't take too many big hits, or on the other hand, we could gamble with the future of the world, but we maybe are going to win. That just seems like such a clear-cut alternative. Like, probably just go with a negotiated position rather than, one, hoping that we win in court, or two, hoping that if we lose in court, the sitting president isn't blamed and the Republicans get blamed, which I don't even know if that helps us anyway, because it's not like the composition of the Supreme Court is going to change. And now all we've got is a country that can blame the Republicans for the fact that we've destroyed the world economy. It reminds me of the, there's like a, I think it's like 5 people are sitting in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and they're like, man, we destroyed the whole world, but we sure did create some good short-term value for our shareholders for a brief period of time or whatever. It's like, yeah, I don't know if that's the kind of battle we want to be getting into. I mean, I understand the arguments for it, but man, in terms of like, why doesn't Biden fight back? This gets into kind of like, oh, well, you know, political theory and what are people doing? But like my interpretation.
I mean, I don't think that's what would happen. The idea that Republicans would be willing to destroy the American economy when the #1 priority of Republicans is fundamentally to preserve the power dynamics of capital. You know, I don't think that that's the case. Now, granted, Democrats also want to preserve capital, but like not at the expense of things like, you know, trans rights, for example. Oh no. Fuck. No. Fuck. Yeah, I'm doing bad. Look, Dems are rich people. Well, yeah, of course. Like, liberals still want the money. They just want to, you know, make sure that, like, black people aren't completely fucked over and that, like, you know, gays aren't being killed in the streets or whatnot. Like, as opposed to Republicans who literally don't give a shit if that's the case. They're gonna live inside their walled compounds and be fine.
Of it, and I think quite a few people have had this interpretation, is that
or they'll
this
be the
was
ones
such
doing
an
the killing,
astoundingly good deal for Democrats, considering how bad it could have gone, that it's better to just shut up and let McCarthy and McConnell go out and say, oh, well, we're very proud to vote for this, and let them have their win when we're not really giving much at all, so that McCarthy's position in the House isn't threatened, and so that Republicans aren't in an uproar, that they weren't able to attack any of the entitlement programs, any of our big non-discretionary spending stuff, like they've really wanted to do. Republicans have been gunning for things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Republicans have been bloodthirsty to get rid of all of the student loan forgiveness, to claw that back completely. Republicans have been hungry to make huge cuts in the Inflation Reduction Act. They wanted to get rid of all the tax credits, all those green energy tax credits. McCarthy in the House bill got rid of every single thing. And again, the things that we gave were not that significant. You mentioned PAYGO, for instance. First of all, in October of 2019, Trump already had enacted PAYGO for the executive branch via executive order. Number one. And number two, the PAYGO that was enacted, one, it sunsets at the end of 2024, so it's not that big of a deal. And two, the most important part. What? He might not do anything anyway. But regardless, number two, the PAYGO requirements for the executive branch are exempt from judicial review. Line 17, 18, 19, no determination, finding, action, or omission under this title shall be subject to judicial review. So basically, Biden can say, listen, I'm doing this on EO because I have good reasons, trust me, and it's not like anybody can review it anyway. So again, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, we gave it, and then some people, like you guys at the Young Turks and other people, are like, oh my God, this is a horrible thing the Democrats gave. But I think the reason why Biden and the Democrats are being quite honest, like, like, okay, listen, yeah, guys, the Republicans sure did win here, but at the end of the day, really all we lost was like the $20 billion over the next 3 years, I guess, for the IRS. And for the most part, I don't think anything else really mattered that much.
So much money.
And then you can respond to any of that if you want. And then it's just like kind of my broader thing. You keep saying this thing where it's like Biden wants to do nothing. The Democrats don't want to do anything. All their corporate donors own them. Do we really feel that way? I think you can respond to anything you want. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so look, we haven't even discussed a bunch of the things they gave away, like the $30 billion in COVID relief bill. Now, you could say they weren't going to spend it, but I would say, well, then why not? They should have spent it. They should have spent it helping the average American. We passed that. It was a rare good thing that we passed. For God's sake, get it to the average American. So we gave away $30 billion there, $20 billion to the IRS, on and it goes. But Stephen, the larger point is, if you allow the Republicans to keep taking hostages, they will take hostages to the end of time. So someone has to be strong enough, like LBJ on economic issues, FDR, and say, hey, I'm drawing the line, okay? If you don't ever draw the line, every time the Republicans are in office, like Trump, they never talk about the debt ceiling. In fact, we talked about it today on the Young Turks. Steve Bannon was there the first time they raised the debt ceiling under Trump. Now he's like, oh, all the Republicans should be primaried if they voted for this thing. What are you guys talking about? You passed it without a single word, right? So why not pound them on that? Why not say Steve Bannon did it, Donald Trump did it, etc.? Biden doesn't want to fight back because he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it in his heart. If you put me in the ring, by the way, Stephen, probably if you put you in the ring, you'd fight back 10,000 times more. Why? Because you believe it. He doesn't. He wants them to take those hostages. So, but it doesn't matter. Assume that he's a saint and he doesn't agree with the Republicans, and golly gee, he doesn't know how to use his mouth. He doesn't know how to fight back. But that principle, that idea that we just give in to Republicans and we accept loss after loss after loss and go, well, the losses could have been worse.
Yep.
Well, then every time a Democrat gets elected, instead of us winning, we're gonna wind up losing. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Good night,
They're like, hey,
Cleaver.
don't worry, elect us. We'll get you voting rights. We'll get you minimum wage. We'll get you public option. We'll get you paid family. We'll get you all this stuff. And then you go, oh, no. When the Democrats in charge, we obviously lose because the other side takes hostages and we immediately give in. And when you say, hey, isn't bipartisan a good thing? My answer to that is, fuck no, okay? So it depends on what we're agreeing to. So bipartisan by itself doesn't mean anything. So if you say bipartisan agreement, for example, under Trump, even Gates and some of the other guys that were very right-wing came in and said, no, we have bipartisan agreement with the progressives that the president must come to authorize war through Congress. Well, I love that bipartisan agreement because that's a thing I agree on. When they have bipartisan agreement to take money from the average American and give it to the richest people in America, which is the bipartisan agreement that they reach 95% of the time, I hate that bipartisan agreement.
Indeed.
To me, being bipartisan is not a value in and of itself. It's just a method to get to a policy that's either good or
goddamn. Cenk is in his element when he's talking about stuff like this. You know, Cenk not so hot when he comes to other issues, but he's in his element when he's talking about kind of this neoliberal liberal shit. You know, he's good at this stuff.
Or bad. And the press and Biden, et cetera, celebrated because it's a head fake. It's a distraction. Oh, what we did was terrible, but don't worry. It's moderate. It's bipartisan. These code words that we have trained you to believe are positive, even when you're getting totally screwed on it.
Good night, Mannequin.
And so, and the last thing I'll say is, you know, you mentioned a couple of times, hey, at least we didn't get Social Security, Medicare taken away, et cetera. Stephen, you got to acknowledge that's the lowest bar in history. Like, we get the Democrats, the White House, the House and the Senate in the first 2 years. And now, okay, we lost the House by a little bit. And now our bar is we didn't let the Republicans mutilate Social Security and Medicare. No, and plus, you got to be honest. I don't mean you, I mean Biden and the Democrats. When you say one thing and then you get into office and you change your tune immediately. You go from, I'm gonna do it on day one to, oh, it can't be done. There's no way it can be done. Oh, you're lucky I didn't bleed out even more while I was in charge.
Okay, so, here, this should be a rule for every online political commentator, okay? I hate it when people compare Biden to like JFK or Lyndon B. Johnson or any of these prior administrations without looking at the majorities that those guys had in their House and Senate. Biden is fighting for his life, okay? Not only literally, okay, this guy's very old, all right? We saw him trip, okay, a few days ago. Biden is literally and metaphorically fighting for his life every single day he gets out and talks to Congress, okay? He is riding the thinnest fucking majorities, okay, historically, that presidents have ever had. And then we're looking at this guy and it's like, really? You've got the vice president as a tiebreaker in the Senate and you haven't given us single-payer health care yet? You haven't completely dismantled the military-industrial complex? We don't have 15 an hour minimum wage? Where are you doing, Mr. President? Biden is doing...
No, but here's the thing. I feel like a lot of more liberal folks go in this direction when it comes to these topics. And they go like, oh, yeah, look at you. You're like, oh, well, Biden only has one, like a vice presidential majority, you know, in the Senate. Wow, what are you expecting him to do? You're asking him to deliver the moon, and yet he has no ability to deliver it. You left-wing types, you hippy-dippy folks, you don't understand how the real world works, you know? And it's like... But we're not judging Biden on like the basis of, oh, why aren't you getting us Medicare for all? That's not the criticism. So why are you pretending like that's the criticism, right? We're not criticizing Biden for not giving us Medicare for all because we didn't think he ever was. We're criticizing him for cutting bad deals, for not delivering on things that he promised to do. Those are things that were within his power to deliver, and he didn't. That's the criticism. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Osmium. Minnesota has one seat. They got one seat over Republicans, and we have just been going buck wild in this state. We got trans refuge bills passed. We got marijuana legalized. We got all kinds of stuff happening. And then the governor failed us on the Lyft and Uber driver bill, but you know, everything's not perfect here. It's not some kind of paradise on earth in Minnesota, but we've done a lot, you know.
Doing everything he can.
Time to share my favorite meme. I like you, Gamer G, so I'll look at your meme. New York Dems with a supermajority versus Midwest Dems with 1 vote margin. Yeah, unironically.
And that's why I think that as much as it triggers the hell out of some people, I think bipartisanship is an incredibly important step. I think that I'm going to do the progressive thing of like diversity is good for diversity's sake. I think bipartisanship is good for bipartisan's sake because a lot of the issues that we've had running.
Good night, Ashley. That's stupid. Bipartisanship on its own is not just good. What matters and what determines whether that bipartisanship is good is if the bipartisan system benefits people more. And in this case, it very clearly is benefiting some people more than others, you know? Yeah, exactly, Zoomy dear. What if the Democrats and Republicans both agree to fuck over a minority? I don't think that's good. I think that's bad, actually. What if there's bipartisanship, but the cost of bipartisanship is sacrificing something that would benefit the majority of people in a country? I think that's maybe bad, you know? If you had, like, the Democratic Party and, like, the fascists in Germany in the 30s, and would it be good for them to come to some bipartisan agreement, or would it be better for the Democrats in that situation to forge ahead with a majority and fuck the concept of bipartisanship with fascists? I think in that case, which is, you know, not too far off from where the Republican Party is right now, I think that that's actually good. It is good to forsake bipartisanship when that bipartisanship is hurting your constituents. Exactly, Morena the Geen. And then there are the issues where there is no real bipartisanship. You can't be like, well, we'll only consider trans women as legally half women. Like that, no, that doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. We'll only kill half the trans people. We'll only burn down half of the gay bars.
Our federal government over the past 20 years have literally been Congress does nothing, and we look to the president for executive actions. Even our big immigration policy like DACA came from Obama executive action, or we look to the Supreme Court for everything. All of our civil rights, all of our big civil rights legislation, where is that? It doesn't exist. It's come from the Supreme Court. Gay marriage came from the Supreme Court. Roe v. Wade, Casey came from the Supreme Court. And what happens to things that come from the Supreme Court? The next Supreme Court can take them away. What happens to things that come from executive action?
Yeah.
The next executive action or the next Supreme Court can take them away.
Yeah, because there was a real bipartisan effort to not pass those things into law. The bipartisan outcome there, Stephen, was not codifying those things into law.
Away. And I think that this hyperfixation on, no, screw bipartisanship, we're just going to fight with our end of the political spectrum. Our end of the political spectrum.
It was bipartisan in action.
Is barely winning in the Senate, is no longer winning in the House. So one, I think that focusing on some level of bipartisanship, I think in and of itself is a good, because we have to be able to bring people in Congress to work together again. This relying on the Supreme Court, especially now with a fucked 6-3 Supreme Court, and this relying on executive action is not a good way to conduct affairs, because any gain we make can be lost.
I'm sorry. I don't believe in this concept. I don't believe in this concept of bipartisanship. I believe in the concept of winning. I believe in winning elections. I believe in out-organizing our opponents, our adversaries. I believe in recognizing that the appeal of fascism in America is limited, and that in order to find victory, instead we need to out-organize and bring more people to the voting booth to participate, in their once every 2 to 4 years system of electing representatives. I believe that is part of a multi-pronged approach to better the quality of our discourse. The solution to this is to defeat the fascist far-right propagandists. That's the solution. The solution is not, well, give up on defeating them and, find common ground. No. What common ground, Stephen, are you going to find on gay rights in America with the Conservative Party? What common ground are you going to find here on LGBTQ rights? They literally think any queer person around in like a 50-foot radius of a child is trying to molest them. Like, there was literally brown shirt violence over that like 2 days ago.
At the snap of a finger. Number one, and number two, I feel like the bipartisan push is credited to Biden, because when we look at Democrats, so for instance, you said we gave Democrats the House, we gave Democrats the Senate, we didn't give them the courts, and we gave Democrats the presidency, and then look at what we've done. We've gotten the American Recovery Act, we got the infrastructure bill, we got massive legislation. What did Trump do when he had all 3 and then 4 parts of government? Trump did nothing. He did his big tax cut bill, and that was it. They didn't repeal and replace Obamacare, which I think
Trump did nothing. Trump did nothing. He did his massive tax cut bill. The tax cut bill that gave $2 trillion. That cut $2 trillion out of the budget for the wealthiest people in America. He did nothing. Guys, I want you to understand that when Republicans cut taxes for the wealthy, predominantly for the wealthy, if you look at the Trump 2017 tax cuts, here's what happened. All of the tax cuts that went to the middle and working class, those sundowned. Those went away as soon as Trump was out of office. They only lasted for 4 years. The tax cuts for the wealthy, well, they stay in place forever. And not only do they stay in place forever, but then when there's a budget shortfall, well, guess what? That cost is then passed on to the middle and the working class. The middle and the working class are expected to pick up the tax burden for that top, 0.1%, who had a colossal tax break. And now all of a sudden, everyone else has to bear that $2 trillion, roughly, tax burden on the backs of working moms, on the backs of middle America families. That's what happens here. This isn't nothing. It literally shaped the entire US economy for like the next couple decades. But of course, he didn't just do that. He also did things like weaken protections for trans people. He kicked trans people out of the military. He did a number of attempts to remove trans people from the ability to get insurance coverage. He empowered ICE. He created like some of the worst detention camps we've ever seen. And, you know, Biden hasn't really improved that situation at all. He's really adopted a lot of the same policies, but Trump put them in place first. Like, there are so many things. Does Destiny even care about trans people? I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for his position on trans people. It's undergone so many changes. I think he cares about it, but they're predominant. To defend him briefly, like, he is currently talking mostly about economic issues and budgetary issues. But like, to say that a $2 trillion tax cut didn't affect anything, like, what the hell are you on about, man? Trillions of dollars.
I think Republicans have been jerking off about doing for 8 years, okay? They didn't repeal or replace Obamacare. They didn't make any of the big entitlement cuts they wanted to. They didn't even get their wall funding that they were talking about so much. Trump had to do it via executive action because the president gets wide deference and matters of state security. And they didn't even get the infrastructure bill passed that they said over and over again. Trump said, I can bring people together on infrastructure. He didn't. So the fact that Biden, I understand, especially as a progressive, especially when we want politics to be way further to the left, that idea of like, well, just because it's bipartisan doesn't mean it's good. I understand wanting to fight against that, but man, when Congress is like so defunct, I think that being able to get anything passed, let alone the massive legislation Biden has gotten passed, I think he gets credit for that. And I think there's credit where credit is due there.
Okay, so first, Trump actually did the one thing that he and the Republicans cared about, the only thing they care about, which is tax cuts for the rich.
Yeah.
So that was 100% mission accomplished. The rest was just, you know, rhetoric. It's like, oh, I'm going to build a wall. He barely even tried until the end, right? So we all know he's a giant liar. We all agree to that, right, et cetera. But the Republicans reveal themselves. What's the major thing that Ronald Reagan did? Giant tax cuts. What's the major thing that George W. Bush did? Giant tax cuts. What's the major thing that Trump did? Giant tax cuts, right? So they pass the things they want to pass. And every time, oh, golly gee, there was nothing Democrats could do, right? And when they come back in, so here's a great example, Stephen. So Trump and the Republicans butcher the tax rates, and they take corporate.
That's true. I didn't even mention the Supreme Court packing. But again, to be fair, they're predominantly talking about economic and budgetary issues. But yeah, absolutely, one of the longest lasting impacts is going to be the stolen Supreme Court seat that McConnell facilitated, and the two justices Trump appointed, you know? Not to mention all of the other federal judges.
Taxes from 35% to 21%, okay? Then Biden comes in and goes, I'm gonna raise those back up to 28%. And I was like, wait, hold on. They were at 35. What do you mean back up to 28? So, okay, already you agree with the tax cuts for the rich and for corporations. Then Manchin says, no, not 28, 25. And Biden instantly goes, okay, fine, 25. And then they drop it, and it's still at 21. So, A, he never fought for it. B, he never wanted to increase them back to where they were. That's a fact. There's no disputing that. And then C, he just didn't even try and loves them where they are. I say he loves them, and you can say, hey, no, I disagree with you, Cenk. Biden doesn't love that. He's just a pathetic ooze of weakness, and he just can't fight back on any of this stuff.
True.
And so now that brings us to the point that you made about, well, wait a minute, LBJ had big majorities. Did he? He had big majorities of Democrats. But remember, a giant portion of those Democrats were Dixiecrats. And we didn't just rely on the Supreme Court to pass legislation, to pass things that we agree with, policies, right? And it's kind of funny to say the Supreme Court is passing it, but that was the only functioning body we had left, because In my opinion, the donors bought everything else, and that they love the status quo. They ground everything to a halt except tax cuts for the rich. And so, but no, Lyndon Johnson passed the Voting Rights Act, and he passed the Civil Rights Act, and he passed them through Congress. And he passed them despite the fact that a giant percentage of his party were Dixiecrats who ran on segregation, on being racist, and it cost them their careers. But he actually fought. He fought like hell for it. And so did FDR. FDR said, I welcome their hatred, and I'm going to defeat the Republicans' lust for greed. These are super strong words, and he would use words like that all the time, which leads me to my other point, which is, how do you think they got those giant majorities?
Oh, this is
Remember,
Grapple Dog.
FDR
It's very cute.
took over from a Republican. It's not like it was already a big Democratic majority for him. No, he took over and built a giant Democratic majority by fighting for us, by getting results like Social Security and so many of the other things that he did after the Depression. And one thing now, back to the current day, you mentioned one thing I want to talk about. You strawmanned a little bit, and maybe you're not strawmanning for other people, but for me, I don't come in and go, oh
Hey,
my God, I
tipster,
want a
how you
single
doing?
payer overnight. No, in fact, if you remember the
Link
Jimmy Dore
Retro.
clowns did the force the vote in the beginning.
Oh,
and they're
God.
like, we're gonna force the Nancy Pelosi speaker vote thing so we can get a vote on Medicare for all. I'm like,
Folks who watch a lot of TYT, just out of curiosity, what was their position on Cornel West running for People's Party? You know, the political party that tried to get Jimmy Dore to run for president. Hey, Easy Ice. Welcome to the Riverboat.gg chat. Anyone not happy? Okay, good. Good. I know that Nina Turner was boosting Cornel West. I was a bit worried that the rest of TYT would fall in line with that. The People's Party sucks is run by an alleged sexual abuser and is a joke. Just absolutely and thoroughly. Anyone who supports third-party systems without making sure that ranked choice voting is even a thing in their state for elections, like, is a deeply unserious person. Cenk is wrong. It wasn't FDR who built the majority. It was the socialist and communist parties ushering in New Deal-style Dems into office and using labor unions to pressure Congress. Yeah, I mean, that's often an overlooked part of history, Gamer G, which is that the building power of the socialist and communist elements of the United States in the 20s and 30s put a lot of pressure on Congress. And FDR, with his New Deal policies, the New Deal was essentially a system by which FDR offered a great compromise between the socialist elements that were pressuring him with organized labor and the capitalist class. And it was largely successful in the eyes of capital, of course, for, about, you could say 30 to 40 years, but it ultimately wasn't enough. The compromise that was brokered bought America a lot of time and prosperity, but it didn't actually solve the fundamental problem of capital accumulation. I will say, though, he likely has no chance, and I don't support it. I mean, I like Cornel West just generally. He has a lot of cringe elements to him, but I generally like him. But running for the People's Party, I feel like he's an elderly person who is being taken advantage of. That's the feeling I get from Cornel West running with the People's Party. I feel like he got
You're
suckered.
not going to win that. You have no alternative to Nancy Pelosi, and there's no chance Medicare for all passes. So why don't you do something that's actually winnable? Use your leverage and power to ask for something we actually can win on, like, for example, $15 minimum wage, because they already promised it 8 ways to Sunday. They said they were definitely going to do it. So then you use all of your leverage and power to get the things that you can get done, because then you could build from there, right? So we didn't ask for the moon in the sky. We asked for very reasonable things that corporate Democrats said that they were in favor of. But instead, we didn't even get the bare minimum. Voting rights was supposed to be the bare minimum. And honestly, Stephen, that one shocked me. My bar, as you can tell, for establishment Democrats is very, very low. I have almost no expectations of them. But I thought they would do half the voting rights bill. The anti-corruption stuff written by Larry Lessig, godfather of campaign finance reform movement. I remember talking to Larry about it, and I said, brother, I love you, but there's no way in the world they're gonna pass anti-corruption stuff. It's not just the Republicans, the Democrats are just as corrupt when it comes to taking campaign money. So that part has no hope. The gerrymandering thing would be brilliant, but I think very little hope, because the Democrats are also complicit in that. But the other half, they needed for their own victories. They needed black people to be able to vote so Democrats could win. But Biden wouldn't even do that. No, and Stephen, they betray themselves. Last thing here, because there is one time they lifted the filibuster. They say, oh, the filibuster is immutable. The parliamentarian rules us. Does she? I didn't know we were in a parliamentarian system or a parliament system. But no, they didn't give a damn about the parliamentarian. They did lift the filibuster once to raise the debt ceiling in the first 2 years. So when it affected the stock market, all of a sudden the filibuster is irrelevant. When it came to voting rights for African Americans, oh, no, nothing we could do. Filibuster, the Democrats' best friend.
I think, so we can move on from here. I'll give a thing and then you can give a fix, because obviously we can go back and forth this forever. I would like to contextualize where Biden sits at right now on the precipice of extremist disaster in US history. We came off of what is arguably, I'm not going to say the most conservative president ever, because I don't even know if Trump is truly conservative, but I'll say like the most like fascist president ever, at least in my lifetime from what I've seen. We went from to a crazy packed conservative Supreme Court, to a Republican House and Senate, and we have slingshotted from that all the way to Biden, and then a liberal majority in the Senate, barely, and House, Senate if you have Vice President, and House, and then from there, after we went from the most fascist regime ever back to Biden, I will agree that it's not like we don't live in the progressive utopia, but we got legislation that is like giving out unbelievable amounts of stimulus to low-income Americans. When you talk about that expansion of the child tax credit, that was insane. When you talk about some of the huge investments in green energy we've made, I'm pretty sure the largest in U.S. history as part of the infrastructure bill, that was insane. When you talk about, I'm pretty sure the Respect for Marriage Act that got rid of the prior, I think, Defense of Marriage Act from the 90s, that we managed to codify some rights around gay marriage. That's insane. The fact that we were able to do these things after Trump, after we were at that extreme of a position, and then we came back and now we're at Biden, and now we're fighting on these things. Again, I think he gets a lot of credit for that, for being legislatively more effective than Trump, he has been, and for doing this following what is probably the most divisive presidency in U.S. history. I don't think half of Republicans even fucking think that election was real still, because these guys are out here waiting for the magical Supreme Court decision that's going to overturn the prior election or whatever. I guess like the thing that I guess I'm kind of summarizing the list for is like, I don't know what Biden is supposed to do. You know, we can talk about LBJ and the Dixiecrats, and you know, we can talk about, well, you know, these guys fought and they fought and they fought, but these guys had strong grounds to stand on. We are so divided as a country today. Like I said, I'm pretty sure over a quarter of Americans don't even believe the last election was real, and the stuff that we're fighting about today is so much more nebulous or amorphous than, you know, like civil rights, right? Like, we probably should have the same civil rights across the entire country. That's a lot easier than how do we legislate like gerrymandering and, you know, voting and everything in the United States. That gets a lot more hairy when we try to figure it out. So I guess, I mean, yeah, I agree that I wish that Biden could do more, but I'm not entirely sure what he can do. There's like no position for strategic maneuvering here. All it takes is like Manchin or Sinema to be like, you know what? I'm not going along with this. And it's like, well, fuck me. We got 49, 48 in the Senate. I guess we're done completely. And now we're just lame ducking it for, you know, 4 years until, you know, hopefully we do better in the next election.
Okay, I can go on forever on.
Sure. I'll give you the last word on this section. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it as short as I can. Look, yes, I think Trump is a fascist. I think he would end democracy. We agree there. But that's, again, a super low bar. Hey, I'm not Mussolini is not a great campaign slogan. And the child tax credit was fantastic. You go back to our videos, you'll see we give a ton of credit for that. But as usual, once it ran out, they just dropped it. They never went back to it. So like, They drop every progressive proposal instantly. But that Mountain Valley Pipeline for Joe Manchin, they brought it back 3-4 times until they finally put it in a bill for no reason at all. And they put it in because Joe Biden always wanted to do the Mountain Valley Pipeline because Joe Biden is Joe Manchin. It was just so gratuitous to put that in the bill, okay? And then finally, what can he do? Just a short version of it is paid family leaves at 84%. So you go out and you do press conference every single day. You have the largest microphone in the world. And you go, hey, 84%. Or do we live in a democracy or don't we? Did you know that 74% of Republicans want paid family leave? Did you know that Estonia has 82 weeks of paid family leave and we have none, 0. You have a baby and the woman's supposed to go back into the coal mines, back into the assembly lines. Why are 3/4 of Republicans being ignored by their own politicians? That's because they're corrupt corporate lackeys. You fight, right? But Biden and corporate Democrats don't want to fight. They got no fight in them. I just wish they'd get the hell out of the way. So like, that's why I formed Rebellion PAC in the first place. Let's get some grassroots funding, rebellionpac.com, okay? And let's go kick these guys' asses and show them how it's actually done.
I'm curious if we can find agreement here or not. I feel like, in my opinion, the best way to pass a more progressive agenda is to get people to vote out Republicans, as many Republicans as possible. That if the Democrats had wider margins in the House or the Senate, we'd see something get done differently. Because it feels like right now the fixation is like, okay, you know, I know we've got very slim majorities, but we need to get rid of some of these Democrats. We need to get some more progressive Democrats in there. I feel like they'd be in the same position. You know, like you even said, like that force the vote on like Medicare for all. Like, what's the point, right? If you don't have the majorities in Congress to get it done, but you don't agree with that, yeah? Would you?
No, I don't agree with that at all. I guarantee you that that if they had a majority of 4, all of a sudden there would be 4 Democrats that were holding out, not just 2, like Manchin and Sinema. They'd all of a sudden it'd be Coons and Carper as well. If they had a majority of 8, all of a sudden it would be 8 Democrats holding out. Because I've covered politics for 25 years and I've seen them do it over and over and over
almost
again.
had a heart attack
And so and in fact, Jai Paul just gave away the game. Theoretical head of the Progressive Caucus, or the caucus is theoretically progressive. And she said, well, look, we showed them, we voted no. Now, if they needed the votes, we would have given it to them, but we voted no to show that we disagree. Well, then you just gave away the game, brother, or sister in that case, okay? So you're just saying, oh, we're just faking it out here. So however many Democratic votes they need to pass these awful bills, we'll always give it to them. But we're going to pretend that we're against this bill because they don't need our vote.
I just think I've been rolling over what Steven just said in my head, and it just seems really weird to me to call what they've been arguing about nebulous. Like they're arguing about the effects of tax policy. I wouldn't say I would actually argue that like budgetary concerns and like taxation are the opposite of nebulous. Like they're actually pretty unnebulous, as opposed to like talking about like the potential fascist outcomes of the United States. Those are somewhat nebulous, you know. But
votes. That's the kind of gamesmanship that happens. And so, I mean, I guess that's a core disagreement.
Hey,
I don't think that they're golly gee honest people that went to Washington and Mr. Smith just couldn't pull it off. No, they all get massive funding from corporations, corporate donors, PACs, super PACs, and they do exactly as they're told.
But then if that's the case, then why engage with the political system at all? Because now we're back at the square zero. Because now it feels like, yeah, why bother voting or anything if they're all bought and paid for?
No. I don't want people to get discouraged. I'm captain of Team Hope. Okay, so that's why I helped to form Justice Democrats, because my thesis was if you untether people from corporate PAC money, they could actually be honest. And that's why, is it random that AOC, Rashida Tlaib, and Ilhan Omar were the most visible?
I mean, the issue is you need to actually elect leadership that will represent progressive values, or at the very least minimize harm. By minimizing harm, by voting for, you know, the neo-lib over the far-right fascist or the person who thinks that there are Jewish space lasers, you improve things in the country slowly over time. LB, I'm playing a game called Grapple Dog. It's very cute.
Democrats when they first got elected, and then Jamal Bowman, Cory Bush. These are all big names you've heard over and over again.
Yeah, but they're winning
Why?
in
There's
plus
like
40, but they're winning in plus 40 blue districts, right? This is why when the progressives were talking about like, well, we're going to get a progressive in from Manchin, they got slaughtered. That's why people like Nina Turner, even when they fundraise their opponent 2-1, get destroyed. I don't think there's much credit for progressives that are winning in massively blue districts and then attacking the rest of the Democratic Party from the safest seats of the United States.
No. So, Stephen, first of all, when we won a lot of those battles, they were not a given at all. AOC beating Joe Crowley in that primary was one of the biggest upsets in political history, in American history. And so now all of a sudden, they always turn impossible to inevitable, right? It was always going to happen. No, it wasn't. There was massive victories in there, okay? And so, but the reason that they fought loudly and strongly for their voters in the beginning was because they're not taking corporate PAC money. It's the donors that hold them back. Oh, don't do class warfare. Oh, don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's why the corporate Democrats are always hiding. They're hiding in a cave. So yes, no, there's something you could do. You vote in primaries first.
Yep. Because
one, you got to get the corrupt Democrats out because they're just going to vote with the Republicans anyway on economic issues. But number two, you actually need, when they get into office, for them to vote the right way and to be untethered from the corruption. And I'll give you an ironic example. Matt Gaetz, terrible guy, was on the show. We yelled at him. We yelled back and forth, got no love for him, right? But he decided not to take corporate PAC money. And then lo and behold, he was the one Republican that proposed an anti-corruption bill. You got to get them out of the minute you detach them from the donors, they become honest. And they might be honestly awful like Matt Gaetz. They might be honestly wonderful like some of the Justice Democrats. But all of a sudden, you get your democracy back a little bit. And so if you don't get money out of politics, then yes, in the long term, it's hopeless. But we must get money out of politics.
Okay, I mean, like, I feel like the more important thing would be flipping Republican votes to Democrat and then fighting from there rather than trying to flip Dem to...
What? No. Focus. Okay, chat. Here's the deal, right? Most people in America don't vote. If you use your time is a resource. It is finite. If you are using your time to try and flip Republican voters, that is a waste of your time. Now, it can be done sometimes, but it is not an effective use of your time as an organizer to try to flip and change the minds of Republicans. It is a far, far, far more effective thing to do to get apathetic people to come around to your position, to get liberals who just don't necessarily understand what's at stake to come around to your position. Even getting neoliberals to come around to your position is easier than trying to flip a conservative Republican to be a left-leaning liberal or neoliberal, okay? Talking to independents, effective use of your time. Talking to unaligned or traditional non-voters, effective use of your time. Talking to, left-leaning folks who just, they don't really see the point in voting, really, or they don't think it's all that important. Talking to those people, that's the bread and butter of organizing. Getting people out, going door to door, talking to other left-leaning folks about what is and is not important, that gets people out to vote. That's what organizing is. Steven should know this. He's done it. Which is why this is just a shocking thing for me to hear. I know members of his community who have gone out there and organized. He should know this.
to blue or dem, but I think we disagree on that. We could go back and forth on that probably forever.
And by the way,
But-
Stephen, I'll just say real quick, that's why I formed Just Democrats, so that we could have hope, so that we could have uncorrupted Democrats. And that's why I formed Wolfpack at wolf-pack.com. Wolfpack is to get money out of politics. It's now you want to talk about bipartisan. It is massively bipartisan. Republican voters hate corruption. Democratic voters hate corruption. The politicians love it. The voters hate it. So we brought people together, and now we're fighting for it. And it's passed in like 3 Republican legislatures. It's passed in 20 overall in the states. And it's a resolution to call for a convention to get money out of politics, because the only way you can do it is go above the Supreme Court and get an amendment.
Sure.
And so it's a beautiful movement, and you couldn't do it, but you've got to get past the corrupt politicians.
Sure.
First.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just like it's not like having a lot of progressives in Congress have helped at all, right? Like the seats that are more important are going to be the ones in the middle anyway, right? Our mansions and our cinemas. Because
it's not like having progressives in Congress has helped at all. The only reason we're talking about Medicare for all right now is because Bernie Sanders, a lifelong progressive, is in Congress. The only reason we have a shot at like actually getting progressive legislation is because of progressives. They're the ones who are working to shift the Overton window so that the discourse and the demands of the voters can shift towards more progressive policies. This is wild to me.
Because the reason why those seats are important is because we know that those are the only types of Democrats that can hold those seats, right? If AOC starts saying, well, I'm not voting with the party, anything, screw you guys, I want a more progressive agenda, okay, fine. Eventually she'll get primaried by somebody else, but that's always going to be a Democratic seat. That's always going to be a safe seat. We're not worried about losing it. I think that's why we fight for those seats in the middle so much more. On the Republican side as
yeah, AOC's seat is going to be relatively safe, but like AOC's seat used to be held by like the second in line to become like Speaker of the House after Nancy Pelosi. What are you talking about? Obviously that district can align farther left or farther right within the Democratic Party, and which way it aligns matters a lot. Like the dethroning, oh god, what was his name? I want to say Cormac McCarthy, but I know that's the guy who wrote The Road. Oh god, what's his name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Fuck, what's his name? Joe Crowley. There we go. It's Joe Crowley. Yeah. Cormac McCarthy, Joe Crowley. They kind of sound like siblings, I guess.
As well. I think that's why those seats in the middle are so much more valuable, why people fight over them so much more. And I feel like that's why we should be trying to expand our majorities rather than purity testing the seats that are the furthest to the left that aren't as valuable anyway.
So, Stephen, there's in my opinion...
Okay, but there's a kernel of a point in that, which is that we should be working overall to get more Democratic seats, whether they are, neoliberal seats or progressive seats, right? In the current political climate we live in, those are both victories when we are denying seats to Republicans. The issue is, once you have those seats in left-leaning hands, well, then that's the point of a primary, isn't it? To get out there, primary those the people in those seats and move them farther left to make them more progressive. Like, yeah, that's taking seats from fascists, good. Moving neoliberal seats farther left, also good. But I don't think anyone's saying, well, Nancy Pelosi's not far left enough, so therefore we should try to give her seat to a Republican. It's not the argument being made.
And there's a fundamental misperception in there in the first place, because Joe Manchin is not the only kind of guy who could win in West Virginia. West Virginia is very populist. They're more populist than they are conservative, right? The reason Manchin wins is because mainstream media gives him tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in free positive coverage. They call him moderate, right? But if you look at his policy positions, literally none of them are moderate. He takes extreme right-wing positions where the country's not. For example, 3/4 of the country wants to raise taxes on the rich. Joe Manchin comes on TV and goes, I'm a moderate. I want to cut taxes on the rich. I'm reasonable, right? That's not the moderate position. That's a tiny extremist minority of the country. And what does corporate media do? Moderate. No, you go in and you run populist and you say to people, goddamn right, we're going to tax the rich. We're going to finally get justice. You're paying your taxes every day. The middle class gets screwed day in and day out. It's time that the rich pay their fair taxes. It's time that you get to spend time with your baby when you deliver. I can go on and on. You go populist and you could win so many more of those seats rather than the fake moderates that are just corporate
but I mean, the
clones.
reality is
exactly quasi-spec. He's saying you focus on the middle, and by focusing on the middle and bipartisanship, you make things happen that please your left-leaning voters. And I don't think that that is actually the case. You know? Being generous, perhaps he's saying to work on independents and Republican areas instead of focusing on flipping Democratic. And Beata, no, he explicitly said you should focus on flipping conservatives. You know, very strange.
Is Manchin voted with Biden's agenda 88% of the time, right? Like, he didn't vote for
what, on post offices?
It's better than having a Republican in there. I mean, how many of the Republicans are voting on Biden's agenda 88% of the time, right? That's what I'm saying. If another Democrat can win in West Virginia, then go for it. My understanding is the last time somebody tried to primary Manchin, the guy got like 30.
Wait, but nobody's arguing that they would prefer to have a Republican in Joe Manchin's seat. That's not the argument. Again, like it's like he's aiming at a different argument that's just not being made. That's being made by like some dipshit on the internet somewhere that he isn't talking to at the moment.
30% of the vote, I think. I don't even remember the name.
It's actually, I think it was worse than that. So it was Paula Jean Swearengin, and she's a good person, but not the greatest candidate.
Sure.
You know, and so look, do you need someone who's a quality candidate? Yes. But honestly, the hardest thing in the world is to get past the mainstream media, because they'll just smear you to death. And so they do it to all the progressives. And so, but but I would argue, and now we're going to get too far down this rabbit hole and we have very little time left, but I'll just say, I think Manchin in a lot of ways does more damage than a Republican, because he validates the Republican position by saying, I agree with it, and hence it's bipartisan, hence it's moderate, hence it's the reasonable position. And so I think that does way more damage than just a regular Republican who just seems like an extremist. He makes their extremist positions look good, and that's a...
Oh, okay. Well, I think this is actually a miscalculation by Cenk. I guess I spoke too soon. I guess I spoke too soon. I retract that. Destiny is making an argument against Cenk here. My bad. I thought that Cenk was not making that argument, but I guess he is, and I disagree with it respectfully. I do think that Joe Manchin does a lot of bad. I don't think he's quite as bad as a Republican in West Virginia could be, you know?
World of damage.
Like, do you think if Manchin wasn't in the Senate, do you think that we would have Jackson as a Supreme Court? Like, do you think that would, like, because I understand the frustration, because I feel it too. Okay.
It's also really interesting that he brings up the Supreme Court here, but not under the things Trump did. You know. Yan Game Dude, Destiny is looking for a pivot, or is pretty pissed off over literally just being proven wrong by Cenk of all people. I don't know that he's pissed off here. Destiny's pretty good at keeping his cool.
I'm not a Manchin or a Sinema fan. I don't think Sinema's a Democrat anymore. Isn't she an independent now? I'm not fans of these senators. I agree. And it sucks that it feels like, like they have so much sway over the party. But I mean, like, this is how politics always works. If you go to countries, for instance, that have multi-party systems, oftentimes you'll get a majority government formed, and all of a sudden that little party with like 6 seats is calling the shots on the majority government because people need those votes. And I feel like Manchin and Sinema to be the same. But I mean, like, when we look at I don't even know how to pronounce the first name. For Jackson for the Supreme Court, when you look at the major legislation that was passed like almost along party lines in the Senate, Manchin sucks, but a Republican there is like game over. Like, now we can't even complain about how bad our legislation is because there's no legislation to even speak of. We would just have a lame duck president.
This seems like such a weird turn for this conversation to take. I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, so first of all, by the way, that's another one to give credit to Biden on. I think Justice Jackson has been really good so far. She was the lone vote in a critical union case where even Sotomayor and Kagan voted the wrong way, and it was 8-1. And yeah, so Stephen, it's a balancing act. I don't want people to misinterpret my passion for being impractical. No, you got to get things done. And so if you're just doing it for rhetoric or for release or something like that, that's not at all helpful. You have to, the outrage should bring a spotlight with it, and then you shine that spotlight on the issue where you have winning ground. That's why I talk about paid family leave being at 84%.
Allegedly. Okay, yeah. I've seen him lose his cool before.
We can win on that, right? But if you say, hey, listen, we need to get a Supreme Court justice passed, so I need to make X.
Yeah. Sorry. I forgot the moment of like Stephen Bunnell gunned them all down. I forgot about that one. My bad. I retract my statement.
Y and Z compromise with Manchin or Sinema. Well, look, in that case, I could live with it. It depends. It depends on what are we compromising on. What's the policy? What's the position? What are we going for? So it's not just a blanket statement of, okay, get rid of them or don't get rid of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh man, we got 2 other huge topics here. We can do this for a couple minutes. I'm curious. Has your this was like a major litmus test, I think, for a lot of like media coverage was like the Rittenhouse stuff.
Oh no, dude.
Do you still stand by it? Do you feel like? I feel like when I watched the Young Turks and a lot of other people, there were a lot of.
Why do I feel vaguely prophetic? Why would you want to bring this up, Steven? Why? What are you doing?
Statements coming out about how like conservatives love to kill people. Conservatives are always looking to kill people. They can't wait to kill. They're constantly looking to kill people, get away from it. Like, do you think that like this type of rhetoric or this discussion around what were like largely violent riots that were largely spurred, I think, by like bad media coverage of the original Kenosha shooting of oh God, what was the name of the guy? They got shot in the back several times. Yeah. It like the whole Rittenhouse saga to me was Jacob Blake gets shot, and there's bad coverage in the media about it, making it seem like he was just an innocent guy getting in the car to drive away. And then riots happen in Kenosha that get bad media coverage. You've got the CNN, the infamous CNN coverage of, fiery protests, but mostly peaceful in the background. Then you've got Rittenhouse, does his thing, and then we get more bad coverage of that, in my opinion. I think a lot of the facts get misrepresented there in a lot of left-leaning media. And it just feels like we're on this never-ending train of stoking the fires of resentment, hatred, on top of misinformation and bad claims. And then at the end of the day, we all walk away feeling like we've done something good when we're just like kind of like preaching basically misinformation to the audience and everything.
Yeah. So, no, I don't back away from anything I said. But again, I'm not a standard leftist, right? So and you're not either, right? You're not a standard anything, right? So, for example, you support Democrat and what I would call the establishment Democrats, but you have this Rittenhouse opinion, which is a little out of left field, right? Or maybe right field. And so like I said at the beginning, I respect you for that. That's genuine. It's unique, etc. Right? So on Rittenhouse, yeah, there's absolutely no reason to go with a weapon to that protest or riot. Like if you're right and it's a terrible riot, and in a lot of ways that it was. So I wouldn't have put up the chyron saying peaceful protest as the fires are going on in the back. No, of course there was some fires, there was vandalism, there was danger. There's no question about that, right? You can't deny reality. Now,
I mean, I don't know. I would say Destiny's a leftist in the sense that, like, neo-libs are technically leftist, you know? I think he's like a center-left type of person. Like, he's not super conservative, but yeah, I wouldn't call him a leftist as in, like, farther left than lib, you know?
Why would I grab a weapon and go in the middle of that? It doesn't make any sense. It's not even his community.
So the obvious, well, I mean, it was his community, but like the obvious comparison would be like the rooftop Koreans during like the Rodney King riots in LA. Like, do you think that does anybody in the United States have?
It wasn't his community. It was like 40 minutes away from where he lived, and also like the people's the car dealership he went to protect. Like, the people there did not know him. It's not like anyone asked him to be there.
Any sort of moral right to defend communities that feel attached to, or do you think that's just something that?
No, Stephen. So I think those are two very, very different things. Look, you got a store, you worked your ass off for it. My dad's an immigrant. He worked his ass off. He built his own business brick by brick, and you want to protect that. I hear you, brothers and sisters. Okay, yeah. I got you. And these days there's a lot of crime. You want to protect your family, absolutely.
I know people who, during like the George Floyd protests in Minneapolis, like showed up with guns to like defend their local stores. And you know what? Like that was perfectly fine. Their stores did not get burned down. And yeah, worked out pretty okay. No one got shot. And everyone who showed up to defend those stores knew each other and were in the community and had asked each other to be there.
Absolutely, I get it, okay? But he didn't live there. I mean, they crossed state lines. I don't know
just real quick, because I lived in Nebraska. He crossed it. It was a 15-minute drive. He lived like 15 minutes away. And when you live in, I lived in Omaha. There's a lot of towns that you drive out to that you're like part of those communities. A lot of people in Council Bluffs go to.
Why?
Because
why go there?
Well, why? I mean, like, people don't talk about it, but like, like the day before the Rittenhouse thing happened, there was that older guy, Robert Cobb. His business had literally been burned to the ground. It was being arsoned, and I think he was running around with a fire extinguisher trying to put it out. And people,
and what was Rittenhouse going to do?
Yeah, what was Rittenhouse's connection to that guy?
Came by?
I mean, he shot 3 people. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, but that's my point. He went there to go shoot. In my opinion, he went there not specifically like, in my mind, premeditated. I'm going to go and murder some people on the left, and I'm going to feel great. No,
sure, but
right?
but
then when you look at a weapon, and if there's any kind of provocation, I might get to use it.
Yeah, but I mean, we can say that, but when you look at the evidence, there's just no evidence. There's nothing that supports that.
No, that's 100%. Look, he goes there with a weapon. He goes to provoke. Then, why did he shoot the first guy?
He shot the first guy because the first guy was chasing him in a parking lot. He'd already made threats earlier. That's on camera, and he was lunging for Rittenhouse's rifle after a guy behind him had fired a shot with his pistol. After Rittenhouse turned around to see where the noise was coming from.
So, but Stephen, I think that you're proving my point, which is
I don't think so at all. I think it was. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me explain.
Go ahead.
So, you go into this danger.
I gotta say, I think Steven's very like brain poisoned on this particular issue in a big way.
What you think is a dangerous situation, you go in there with a weapon, then you hear a shot. That's true, there was a shot, he heard it. He didn't see where the shot was coming from. He just turned around and shot the guy.
Nope.
He turned around and shot a guy that was lunging.
Reckless.
It wasn't reckless. It wasn't reckless at all, because he only shot the guy that was lunging for him, trying to grab his rifle. This is indisputable on video. The guy was chasing him down. He turned around. He was lunging.
Can I come to your house? Can I come to your house with a weapon, and then if you grab for it, I get to shoot you?
Probably, yeah. If you were in
what?
my house,
crazy.
Hold
on.
What
the fuck?
If you come to my house and you have a weapon on you, and we get into an altercation, I'm gonna grab that gun from you. Of course, you have a right to defend yourself, especially if I was twice your size.
What? Yes. If you are breaking into my house and I tried to defend myself from your break-in, you are then justified to defend yourself from me. What? The fuck, dude?
House with a weapon in the first place. What am I doing there?
Hold on. You shouldn't be in my house with a weapon because I'm on private property. The city of Kenosha was not private property. Rittenhouse had just as much a right to be there as any other protester did.
So listen,
there's a better argument. The other one was insane.
January 6th. I'm very upset about it. I don't like what happened there at all. I think they were trying to undermine our democracy. If I went in there with an AR-15 or any kind of weapon, and I looked for,
I can't believe they just moved past that point like it didn't even happen. I actually can't believe that they're just moving past that like he didn't actually just say that. That's wild to me. Destiny literally only follows cuck ideology. His entire life is about being cucked. Why are you surprised about this? He's even admitted to being one too. Look, I don't follow Destiny. I don't follow many other content creators very much. I follow like Vosh and like Shark 300 and like maybe a couple other people in this space. But like I especially don't follow the things people are doing who I don't particularly care for, like Steven. I'm not up to date on every single fart Steven may or may not have sniffed, you know? But this is that was an unhinged argument.
a threat, I'd definitely find one, and then I'd get to kill everybody that I thought was a threat. I mean, that guy you say is lunging for his weapon. From what I saw, that guy's trouble. I get it. He was troubled, I should say. The first guy who got killed, right? And so he goes, maybe he went looking for trouble too. I don't know, right? But he threw a plastic bag that had plastic bottles in it.
Wait. The plastic bag Rittenhouse didn't even see the plastic bag. The issue was, but the issue is Rittenhouse was running away. This guy was chasing him. And when Rittenhouse turned around with an assault rifle, the guy went to grab the rifle from him.
No,
that's a pretty clear cut. Like,
Steven, if we fall, and then he got hit.
Yeah, I don't know that throwing a plastic bag at someone justifies killing them. And honestly, if that guy felt that he was at risk because Kyle Rittenhouse was wildly brandishing his rifle, then surely he was also justified in trying to take the rifle from Kyle Rittenhouse to defend himself, right? I mean, that would go along with the argument Steven just presented, like, literally moments ago.
Hit with then he shoots and kills someone. Then he's running through the crowd. He's made the situation 10,000 times.
Oh yeah, no, Metal Kitty Mom. Steven got banned off of Twitch, for saying something along the lines of like, Kyle Rittenhouse would have been justified in like gunning down like everybody, like, and argued in favor of that. I don't remember, but I do remember like he got banned over some comment like that.
He's not making this. He's running away from he's running to the cops to turn himself in, which is exactly what he should be.
The crowd is everywhere.
How are they supposed to know that?
He's running through the crowd, and then somebody sees that he shot someone, and they go.
How are any of these other people supposed to read Kyle Rittenhouse's mind?
With a skateboard, which I wouldn't have done, right? But now he shoots and kills the guy with a skateboard.
Yeah, because the guy's trying to assault him with a skateboard. If he had a bat, we'd say the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, look.
But he had just assaulted people and killed them with a gun. He had just shot people with his gun. Yeah, the guy tried to hit him with the skateboard in self-defense because this guy was running around with an assault rifle. Shooting people. Jesus.
Couple things. Everybody's
also like, man, the weird cackling over like the murder of like 2 people, or the killing of 2 people, if I need to be more careful with my language. Deeply weird.
He's different. Everybody's different, right?
Yeah.
So I get it. Some people will be scared. And you get hit with a skateboard, you think, all right, I'm going to murder that guy. For me, I get hit with a skateboard, I don't shoot the other guy.
Cenk, if somebody hits you with a skateboard in the face, there's like a 20% chance that you die. A skateboard?
Okay,
Skateboards
I'll
are a big thing.
chance.
Okay,
I'll
that's
take the
great that
chance.
you would, but I wouldn't compel a 17-year-old to take that chance in the middle of the mud.
Come on,
Especially what the people that beat that.
I mean, to be fair, it would very much fuck you up to get hit by a skateboard. But I think that guy was justified in trying to hit Kyle Rittenhouse with a skateboard. Because he believed Kyle Rittenhouse was a threat to both himself and others. Due to, you know, having an assault rifle that he was using against other people. God. Sorry.
One dude within an inch of his life, Robert Cobb, the day before, that everybody that went to this protest, they'd all seen videos of that. That's why people went to the riots the second day. That guy got beat to an inch of his life with bare fists.
Stephen, if you say, hey, listen, I see an altercation on the subway, the bus, the street, and I'm going to go protect not even a family member, but a random woman walking by, working class person, and they're getting picked on, and I happen to see it, and you jump in, I got you, okay? And I actually appreciate you, right? But you make an active decision to drive into what you think is a riot and a dangerous situation with a weapon, and then you get freaked out by the plastic bag and a shot you didn't see and a skateboard, and you kill 2 people. That's on you, brother. You never should have gone there in the first place. You were looking for trouble, and then you found it, and then you cry like you're a victim? Oh, hell no. Stephen, the problem here, sorry, one more thing.
Go for it.
The problem here is that if we follow your way of thinking about it, and you tell me otherwise, of course, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think if we follow that way of thinking, then everybody's going to grab a weapon. They're all going to be in the streets. And the minute anybody looks kind of funny at you or throws a bag or you hear something that's loud or there's a guy with a skateboard, boom, 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 we're shooting each other to no end. That's why stand your ground is a disaster. And wherever they pass stand.
Cenk said he should be hit in the head with a skateboard. I mean, Cenk said he would be willing to not shoot someone who hit him in the head with a skateboard. Which, yeah, I think that's pretty silly. But I will say, I think someone hitting someone who just shot a couple people with a rifle with a skateboard is a very justifiable action. One thing I like about Cenk is that he's all for being held accountable. True.
And your ground laws, you have more homicides every time.
One thing I do like about Cenk is he will eat crow if he's wrong about something, you know? That's a rare thing that people are willing to do, you know? But he was justified shooting the first person. Look, if you're at a protest and someone starts shooting people, I think you are justified in using violence to stop someone from shooting more people. That's all I'm saying.
So if you have videos coming out of people who are losing their businesses, who are getting...
He didn't with the trans stuff? I mean, I think he will. I think Cenk will eventually eat the crow when it comes to trans stuff, but he's not going to do it right now.
Beaten by people on the street who are rioting in a city. The next day, people are going to show up to defend that town. Like, we live in the United States, whether we like guns or we don't, that's the reality of it. Rittenhouse had more of a right to be there than any of the rioters that were there after dark, that were setting things on fire, that were causing... He had just as much as right to be there, if not more than any other person. And in the United States, you are allowed to carry a weapon on you as well. The idea that he was shooting Rosenbaum because he threw a bag at him, that's just not true. We can watch the videos a million times. Rosenbaum was already getting violent before in the night. There is no video of Rittenhouse provoking anybody ever. There is video of Rosenbaum talking to people, using the N-word, saying, I'm gonna fuck somebody up. He was the one that was chasing Rittenhouse for like 20 meters through a car park before he Rittenhouse finally turned and shot him. And then the other guy was charging with a skateboard to hit him. Grosgord's charging with a pistol to shoot and kill him, and he got shot. His arm got shot. I don't see the wild chain of events where it's like, oh my God, since Rittenhouse was allowed to shoot a guy that was charging him for 20 meters and trying to grab his rifle, and then he shot another guy that went to attack him with a skateboard. Like, yeah, I mean, in the United States, with a guy with an AR-15, that's about what I would expect to happen. And I mean, we're a year or two later. It's not like there's been a deluge of shootings of innocent skaters now by young boys with AR-15. So I mean, it doesn't seem.
I mean, we have had a mass shooting like every other day in America.
Like the landscape changed very much.
No. So Stephen, look, there's a couple of things here. So number one, the jury gets to decide whatever they decide. And so if they decided, hey, you know what, that was enough of a self-defense, okay, that's what the jury decided. So I'm telling you my.
Yeah, and like CJDYM, I think that like there's some like there is a self-defense argument for Rittenhouse as well. I just think that like all of this comes down in a way that like I think that maybe not legally but morally Kyle Rittenhouse is responsible for killing those people. Like he was the one who took a lot of the actions leading up to that, you know?
My perspective on it. And I get that you might technically get away with it if it's a skateboard and you felt, oh my God, the skateboard's a little dangerous. And the guy lunging at me, you know how many guys have lunged at me in my life? If I'd have killed all of them, I'd have killed like 20, 40 guys. Okay. So, there's
no, it's
the,
not.
hey,
I don't
should
think
he
it's a
be
night
guilty?
game.
That's up to the jury. There's, should he have done that? And I think that's crazy that he went there. He definitely should not have done that. And then, so I'm going to ask you, so do you think that 10 guys, 100 guys, I don't know, 200 guys with weapons should have gone to January 6th, left-wingers, and said, all right, we're here to protect the peace. I mean, this isn't just our community, this is our nation. And it looks like you guys are here to do a coup. We're here, okay. There's 85 of us with AR-15s. What do you think would have happened?
I mean, I don't know how many people there had weapons. It's based on what was the name of the crazy Proud Boys or whatever? It sounds like there might have been more guns than that already on the premises.
No, but there was only guns on one side. If there was guns on both sides, what do you think would have happened on January 6th?
I mean, there were police officers there with firearms that showed up, right? It's not like there was a mass shootout.
The police officers let right-wingers do anything they want. They let them
No, they absolutely
did not. If those guys were black, they would have gotten slaughtered. If those guys were Muslims, it would have been the biggest massacre in American history.
If that's true, then we would have seen thousands or tens of thousands of black people killed during the BLM riots, but that didn't happen, right? I don't think black.
Wait, did they bum rush the Capitol? Did they threaten to murder Mike Pence? And
no,
Nancy
but they
Pelosi?
burned down police stations, cars, state houses. We saw it in Kenosha.
A lot
Not
of them
that
got
many.
shot.
There were millions of people protesting. For your statement that police officers are looking to indiscriminately kill black people, no,
I did
absolutely.
not say that.
Well,
I did not say that.
In one of your
It
videos,
wouldn't be indiscriminate.
Well, hold on. In one of your videos, you said if you walked up to a car with a rifle as a black person, you would get immediately killed. And you're making it sound like if black people would have shown up for January 6th, they would have gotten killed. I mean, there was a lot of there was a lot of rioting for the BLM stuff. It's not like that many people got killed by the cops. So I think that the idea that cops are just looking to kill black people or black people are going to get killed for rioting more than white people, I think we would have saw a lot more death during the BLM riots if that was the case.
Yeah, let's not put words in each other's mouths, me included, right? So I hear you, but I'm not saying indiscriminately. I'm not saying cops are looking to kill black people. I'm just saying if thousands of black people or Muslim people were bum rushing cops who were trying to protect powerful people like our Congress people.
Again, I think that if like thousands of leftists surrounded the United States Capitol building, the U.S. government would gun them down. I do actually believe that. Yeah, I think if you had organized labor rushing the White House or the Capitol complex, yeah, I do think like the National Guard would like gun them down like dogs.
Tons of them would have gotten shot. And we could disagree on that. That's okay. You think, no, the cops would have just let them walk in like they did with the white right-wingers? Maybe, but I doubt it. Okay, but you didn't answer the core question. If a whole bunch of left-wingers had gone there with weapons, you think that would have been a good idea?
No, I generally, from all the data I've seen, the more guns in an area, usually the more fucked up shit is going to be always. Like,
okay, great.
That's just statistically. But that's up against our Second Amendment rights as Americans, right? I would almost always compel people to, but I mean, I'm also wealthy. I would compel people to leave your property if you want. When I was poor in college, I probably would have killed somebody if they tried to steal my shit, if I had the opportunity to see it, because that's your lifetime's worth of shit that you put into buying stuff that you have. So, you know, like,
That's a bit weird.
if black people had the ability to defend themselves during the Tulsa race riots, during the Black Wall Street being burned down, for the Koreans that defended their communities, for the Black Panthers in California that felt the need to defend their communities with rifles. I mean, if minority communities or if any community wants to take up arms and defend their community, in the United States, you have the right to do that. And if I was going to come down on any side in a conflict there where people start getting killed, I would always come down on the rioters first. For Kenosha, the people that were primarily at fault were the people that were there after dark that were setting shit on fire. Those are the people who have the primary.
It's really weird because, you know, when the Black Panthers started arming themselves, they started passing laws against arming yourself. That's so strange. I mean, like, I think it's perfectly fine, perhaps, to harm someone who's trying to rob you. That's fine. But, like, deliberately murdering someone who's robbing you? I think that's different, actually.
Primary responsibility for everything that happened. As much as we talk about showing up to a riot with a gun and how irresponsible it is, Grosskreutz, the guy that got his bicep shut off, he showed up with a gun. He almost used it on Rittenhouse, right? So I mean, yeah.
Well, by the way, two things about that.
No.
Number one, he didn't. So apparently you could show restraint, even though he got shot. And number two, he shouldn't have showed up with a gun either. Here, look, my last thing on this is, I'll give you the most extreme example. So you remember Charlottesville, of course, the Nazis chant, the Jews will not replace us. Now, would anybody begrudge 10, 20 Jewish guys going in there with weapons and going, no, you're not going to chant this stuff in our community? Well, I mean, that's like the guys that you could least begrudge. I mean, these guys are literal goddamn Nazis, and they're chanting against the Jews while carrying torches, right? But if those 10 or 20 Jewish guys asked me, I'd say, I love you, brothers and sisters, and I love your strength, and I love your attitude, but don't go. Because it's guaranteed that people are going to die if you go, okay? So, and some of them might be you, some of them might be the other guys, but I don't want anyone to die. But to your point of like, oh, me saying, oh, Republicans want violence from time to time, oh, that's crazy. No, they're just like us. No, there's polling. 28% of Republicans say that it's time for violence.
Yep.
So that's a giant number.
Cenk is correct.
It is, but I mean, for Charlottesville, as hateful as that riot was, they weren't destroying the city. I think that's a key component. That,
they
like,
killed
not to mention,
someone.
and for Kenosha, that city was being destroyed off of misinformation reported about the Jacob
They
Blake shooting.
killed
and there were videos of like people getting attacked, of car dealerships
What are
being
you
set on
talking
fire.
about?
It just seems like there's remarkably little empathy for the people whose community. If you go to Kenosha today, if you go downtown, there's still shit that's boarded up that has never opened again as a result of those riots. And people are just fixated on the people that were, I mean, as shitty as it is, defending their community against who they perceived as outsiders that were coming just to destroy it. But
yeah, so look, I keep saying last thing because we're so out of time.
Sure. Yeah, sorry,
okay,
go for it.
One more last thing. So to that point, Stephen, so some people say, hey, Ryan.
James Alex Fields Jr. literally, like, ran his car into protesters. Killing Heather Daniel Heyer. Like... But, I mean, at least there was less property damage, right?
Lions are the voice of the unheard. And I hear that, and that's a fair point. But by the way, you could maybe make that argument about January 6th, too. And so that's a different, very long conversation, okay? But that, to me, does not excuse going and setting a building on fire. No excuse. So I'm not excusing that 1%. Now, but if you think it was just because of, like, bad reporting on one case, I don't think you even think that, right? You know the context is...
Well, the Kenosha riots happened because of the Jacob Blake misreporting. A to B, a direct line.
So you know the context of tons and tons of unarmed black guys being shot by cops in this country.
No, there are not tons and tons of unarmed black guys being shot by cops.
All right. Okay. So you don't agree with that. Okay, fine.
Well, how many do you think a year get shot? How many unarmed black guys are getting shot by cops?
Okay, Steven. Okay, let me finish the point.
Okay.
Wrap up.
The number's like 12, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So if you look, I think that if you say to
well, look, agents of the state only murder 12 people who are unarmed and presenting no threat every year. So that makes it okay. What is this unhinged shit? Yeah. We're okay with the state just murdering a dozen people every year who are unarmed and predominantly black? Why? What are you talking about, guy?
all black people in this country, you're all telling us you've been abused by cops, whether it's to the extreme of being shot or pulled over or arrested or something smaller. You've been abused, all of you, tens of millions of you say that, and you've been saying it for 100 years straight, and then we turn around and go, we don't believe you. I think that's deeply offensive. I think it doesn't make sense.
No, 27 per year.
So that's the context in which that riot happens. It doesn't excuse the riot. And by the way, the misreporting, yeah, okay, it turns out he had a knife, but they did shoot him in the back 7 times.
Because he was about to drive off with abducted children. That's a really important
He's not
part.
a good guy. He's not a good guy.
the worst guy. Yeah, but I'm saying that
but
he was about to.
Doesn't mean you shoot him in the back. There's other solutions other
They
than
already tased him twice.
Shoot a guy in the back.
They didn't just show up. They were wrestling with outside the house. They tried to wrestle on the ground multiple times. They tased the guy twice.
Rittenhouse for showing up. Okay, so look. I think that this whole thing, the Second Amendment, I got a right to bring weapons. Everybody's going to bring weapons, and we're all going to kill each other. I think it's a disastrous idea. And anyone who, right wing or left wing, and by the way, Stephen, we've fought back against any kind of violence, including from our side. Even things like that Riley Gaines, I think, the swimmer, she goes and gives a speech at some college, and then the leftists surround the room that she's in and won't let her out, and she's afraid for her safety. Cops won't let her out because they're afraid for her safety. What are you guys doing? To be a progressive is to believe in nonviolence.
Sure.
We don't do those thug tactics, okay?
Sure, but I will say your guys' coverage of the Michael Reinhold guy was a lot different, and I think that was a shooting that was clearly in the wrong. He was stalking a dude for hours, chased him across the street, and shot him in the face, and then ran away, and they gave interviews to Vice, and you guys were comparing that to like, oh, well, if Rittenhouse could kill the one guy that was chasing him, this guy's killing should have been just as supported. I don't know, like, when you build up this world of like alternative fact reporting over and over and over and over and over again, like it's not surprising to me that after a while you've got people on the right and left that just live in totally different worlds. So people on the left are like, of course we're going to go riot and burn down cities. Hundreds or thousands of people every year are getting indiscriminately killed by the cops. And then people on the right are like, I don't know why you guys are burning down anything. We lived in a totally different fact world where all of your stuff is misreported, where people like, and then like even like, you know, like the Rittenhouse killings are being compared to like Breonna Taylor, which is actually a truly tragic case where a woman died for no reasons, where at best the cops were serving a not great warrant, and at worst they shouldn't have even been there. And you've got people comparing like Breonna Taylor and Philando Castile, the black guy who got shot and killed in his car because the cops smelled weed, are comparing this to like the Rittenhouse killings and stuff. And it's like, geez, when all of it gets thrown together, it feels like it's easy to take none of it seriously, and that's the kind of thing that's frustrating to me.
All right, I hear you, but I again, we don't agree, and I think that this fetish of guns drives way more violence. It's an empirical fact. The more guns we have, the more homicides there are, the more suicides there are, the more tension.
Reinhold was literally the first anti-fascist to kill someone in a quarter of a century, so holding him up like the left is just as bad here is absurd. Absolutely. Also, was Reinhold the guy who Trump like basically ordered extrajudicially killed? Was that guy? Was that the guy? Am I thinking of the right one? Where like cops just rolled up and like filled him full of holes like almost immediately? Yeah, he was killed by the feds. Yeah. I don't know, Destiny. I think maybe that guy probably deserved a trial. You know, I think maybe he also deserved to go to trial, face justice, make his case. Wait, Taylor was a warrant served as an execution order to remove them from the house for gentrification purposes? I don't remember enough of the details of that case. As far as I remember, when it comes to Breonna Taylor, they were trying to they thought her boyfriend had been like dealing drugs out of the house or something. Or at least that was the justification for it. Yeah. Wait, what? Who is this? One Hand Wonder. There was a guy. It was framed in right-wing media as like a Antifa kills like a MAGA protester. This guy named Michael Reinhold. He then got cornered by feds, and they just murked him after shortly after Trump called for his execution.
Tension we have in the country, the more we distrust each other, the more fearful we are, and the more we strike out against one another and shoot and kill. And what we're trying to do on the Young Turks is to end all that stuff. You know, the right wing, they'll never listen. But for the left wing, we try super hard to make sure that there are no riots, there's no violence, there's no threats. That's not what Martin Luther King stood for, or Nelson Mandela, or Mahatma Gandhi. And we remind our audience of that day in and day out. We probably do it more than any other show.
Okay. There's anything here we go back and forth for hours for, but I'll respect your time. We're already 20 minutes over. So do you have any final closing words or thoughts, remarks, or anything? Or
just look, guys, get in the fight. And by that, I mean, not like debates and not on the street, but I mean, do something. If you're frustrated, this is the thing that Stephen and I agree on, right? If you're frustrated about the lack of progress, then support a candidate, support a group. You know, look, I'm lucky I get to form groups, right? Because we've built up some degree of power leverage, et cetera, at TYT, right? But help Justice Democrats bring more uncorrupted progressives in the Congress to fight for you. Help Rebellion PAC get progressives elected that are going to be aggressive and make sure that they get paid family leave passed, et cetera. Help Wolfpack to get corruption out of politics. Or form your own organization, you know, and if you love Biden, then support Biden. If you know, wherever it is, but get in the fight and do something, because if we all just sit around, you know, the status quo is not helping anyone, and it's brutal, and it's going to run us all over. So let's get up, let's fight together, let's win together.
Gotcha. Well, cool. Thanks a lot. Obviously, I encourage my audience to do the same. Get Republicans out of office. I think it'll make a big difference. If you want to vote for progressives, knock yourselves out. But man, get Republicans out of office. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And I mean, people can find you guys obviously at the Young Turks. I don't even think I need to point that out. But yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate the conversation. Thanks for joining.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Yep. See you later. Bye.
That was a journey for sure. Holy moly. How we all doing, folks? Also, yeah, I'm looking over this Breonna Taylor stuff. Her lawyers alleging that the city was basically targeting her home for like a gentrification scheme where they would go in and like buy the house for $1 after a drug raid, and then be able to reap in a lot of profits. That was my introduction to Destiny. What did you think, Nbiata? Had to stop watching for a while. Glad we're off that now. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I really hate him. Yeah. Now, I don't know if this has since been confirmed. This was reporting back in 2020. I don't know if it's been confirmed, but those were allegations made by her lawyers. Destiny has very bad takes. I would agree. Can we get much higher? Maybe. Maybe. Also, chat. Hey, we've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch. And make sure you hit the subscribe button over on YouTube and hit the like button on the stream, all of which helps me out. We're trying to hit 2K subscribers over on YouTube. We're a small little babby outfit, but you can make a difference by hitting those special buttons. The Kyle Rittenhouse discourse came out of nowhere. I don't know why they bothered to use their time to talk about that. It's literally been years now. Like, Kyle Rittenhouse is struggling to even be relevant on the right these days. Like, what? Why are we relitigating something that happened? Like, God, the event happened 3 years ago. His trial was 2 years ago. Like, man. My thoughts are hard to articulate without sounding condescending,
Your
but
name
I
is
think
White.
he is helpful for the help.
Asterisk.
Aw. Very knifey duck. Thank you for gifting Mbiata a sub. Yeah, I think Destiny at times has good intentions. At times. Overall, I find him very irritating, so I just don't engage much with his content. Wait, Kyle Rittenhouse made a phone app? I didn't hear about that. That seems odd. And yes, Nbiata, you are good people. Also, folks, if you're over on Twitch, come on over to riverboat.gg. When you gift subs or make donos over there, I get the full value of your sub. Twitch doesn't take 50% of it. Or YouTube doesn't take 70% of it. Or 30% of it. My bad. Come on over. Also, very knifey duck. Again, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Oh, boy. How we feeling, folks? How we feeling? We cozy? Doing I? Doing I? Never ever forget that Destiny laughed at a rape victim because he is a bad person. That is true. That is true. Destiny did do unhinged Joker laughing at like a victim of rape. That is true and is why I primarily dislike him. I'm very high and your hair is very shiny, so I'm good. Yay! I'm glad you like my hair. Helps that Pat Robertson died. I've been riding that high all day. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. How, Twitch people, how are you guys doing? Trump has been indicted on much heavier charges and Pat Robertson is dead. True! That's the big news of the day. And honestly, I was going to cover some Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh transphobia. But that was before my dad called me and was completely horrible. So I don't think I'm going to cover those today. Maybe I'll get to them tomorrow. But chat, do you guys want to watch some Star Trek? Do you guys want to watch some Star Trek together? Do you want to watch some Star Trek with me? Because you guys donated a lot of subs, and I think you guys deserve a reward for that. And we have only a couple episodes left. I'm sorry you have to deal with Bad Dad. Well, you know, I came out to him a few years ago now, and he's never really accepted me as a lady. So, you know, unfortunately, I have to have contact with him in order to have contact with my mom. So, you know, is what it is. You guys ready for Star Trek? Okay. So we will have to switch the riverboat.gg stream over to Twitch because we will get DMCA'd by YouTube with all of its might. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I cried about it earlier on stream. I'm okay now. I'll be fine. I'll be fine with years and years of therapy. We could always watch Spirit Science, talk about Thoth some more. I can't. We have to be rare with the Spirit Science dives. Watching Spirit Science tell me that Jewish people are actually from Mars and the future was a little bit too much last time. Yeah, that's my dog. Hi there. Hi. Yeah. Wait, what? I want to hear everything about their ideology. Oh, it's fucking crazy, Enbiata. We watched an hour-long documentary about them, and it was part 12 of a series. So we'll be doing a much deeper dive, but I don't know. Basically, there are people from, or maybe the people from Mars are men-brained, and men-brained people created all of the war and strife on Earth. It's fucking awful. It's terrible. Yeah, we were on part 12, baby. But we haven't watched any of the other parts, so I was a bit lost. Maybe we'll start with part 1. Are you a huggin'? Are you a huggin' dog? You're so nice. So nice. Are you sleepy? Is it time for bed? No? Okay. I love dog snoots. All-seeing dude, yeah. Hair cream that makes leg hair fall out is pretty cool. What a cute dog ho. Dog ho. Yeah, her name is Samus. Or Sammy. She's a good dog. Yeah. Okay, I will have to use the bathroom. I'm going to switch over the site to Twitch real quick. Switching over. Prepare for impact. Refreshing the stream for y'all. We've been twitched, baby. And I need to use the bathroom and, like, maybe get a snack and take an edible before we start. So I will be right back. And then we'll start Star Trek. For those of you who are new and have not yet experienced our Star Treks, it's just a short-lived thing because Paramount Plus released every episode from season 1 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds onto YouTube, and we've been watching them together as a stream community, and it's pretty cool and pretty fun. Star Trek Strange New Worlds is kind of a prequel to the original series. The captain of the Enterprise before Kirk was a man named Pike, and it shows the voyages of the Enterprise under Christopher Pike. And it's really, really good and really fun and cool, and I like it a lot. BRB.
Bye.